Enough procrastination. I'm going to freaking do this. Okay. God, I've been procrastinating so long. I hate myself so much. Nope. Okay. Oh yeah. Let me just bring up my stream. Oh, I could have done this yesterday, but I didn't. It's fine. We're doing it now. Where's my phone? Come on, bring up my stream so I can look at the chat if anyone drops by and gives me friendly advice. There we go. All right. Where's my... Okay. All right. Oh, yes. Well, it was okay. As always, I will be using Blender Guru's tutorials and videos. Any and all rights and the videos shown belong to him. I'm going to make that disclaimer and hope I don't get sued or anything like that. Alright, anyway, let's continue where we left off last time. Wait, hold on, is the thing recording the... Oh, is it? Hold on. Okay, there we go. Just making sure it's... oh. Wrong thing. There we go. Here.
Up, you made it to part 4. You clicked on the next part of the video. There's always like less viewers each video as you go down. So you're here. Well done. Thumbs up. As you can tell by the title of this video, we're going to learn about sculpting. But first, I should call out, if you have a problem with your mesh now, those problems can be amplified the further you go along. So it helps to do a technical check now to make sure you don't have any problems before we move along. So to look for it, go into edit mode. And first of all, by the way, if you can't see that middle part,
all right, let's go edit mode. We're in edit mode. Then
your mesh, it's because you remember we temporarily hit it, so you can bring it back by hitting Alt H, and that will bring back the rest of the mesh. And then we're looking for issues with the mesh, like right here. So this is a really common problem following this tutorial, because when you're projecting...
Okay, so these, if the lines are faded through a bit like that, that's okay then. Hold on. Okay.
Projecting parts of the mesh, if it was like side on to the camera, it will project it that way, and then you can have like overlapping parts of the mesh. So that creates this artifact here, which will be exaggerated when we add more detail to it. So we just want to drag that back. So turn on snapping, and I'll keep proportional turned off, and then I'm just going to move this back over here just to move each of these points back. Another very common problem is you might have parts that have separated from your mesh. Now you can quickly fix this if you just like selected the point and then hit G to move it. When you're in that state, it's also snapping it to the mesh. Now you could do that all the way along, like select, tap G, then click, select, tap G, then click. But that's, anybody's got time for that. Let's make Blender do the work for us. So there's a tool that's just designed for this, and it's called the Shrink Wrap Modifier. So over to our trusty modifier stack, we're going to add yet another modifier. So add modifier. It's not under generate, it's under deform, which we haven't accessed before.
Well, let me see if my mesh needs any fixing anywhere. Like if any of the things, they look all the way like they're supposed to, so I don't think there's any issues. Anyway, so hold on. That's we're adding a modifier. It's under deform. No, we need wait, which one is it?
New modifiers. Ooh, the one we're looking for is shrink wrap.
Shrink wrap, alright. Add modifier, deform, shrink wrap. Alright, and what am I doing?
And first of all, hasn't done anything because it needs to know what the target is. What is the mesh that we're shrink wrapping our mesh to? So with this little eyedropper tool, you can see when you've clicked it, my cursor's changed to an eyedropper. And now if I hover over objects, I got the name of it. So I want to click on the object that is the donut and now it's snapped to the donut
Whoa.
and made it worse. Why, Andrew, would you make us do that? Remember, the order of your modifier stack matters. So the reason this happened is because we've done it after the solidify mod. So if it works top to bottom, we want the shrink wrap to happen before any of the extrusion happens.
Oh.
So now that it's there,
Okay, so I'm gonna move this up top, grab that, and target the donut. Okay. Doesn't look like anything's really changed, but you know what? I'll trust it.
it's correct. And this is what it looks like before, and this is after.
Oh yeah, I just woke up, by the way. Well, technically, a couple hours ago, like around like 7. Because like I was gonna do this around 12, but then it's like, I don't feel like it now. Tired. And then I went to bed. I woke up around 6. Then the Elden Ring DLC trailer got revealed, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna watch that, and then take a nap. So I was still tired, and now I'm here because I could have done this also yesterday at like at 6, but it's like I want to have some fun with Elden Ring, but then it's like that, whatever.
And it's subtle, right? And you'll
I really struggle with procrastination. It's really bad. I could have done this yesterday, but I didn't because I'm terrible. Blah blah.
probably see this across your mesh, like little subtle changes where maybe it just separated off the mesh, which wasn't quite a perfect alignment, but this will just correct that. So great. We don't need this here now. We can just apply it because it was just a once-off operation. And now all our mesh should be perfectly flat. And assuming you haven't got any other issues going on.
Oh, okay. Tab. Yeah, I mean, it looks fine. Wait, what just happened over here? What happened over here? Oh, wait, hold on. Turn off that. No, something's wrong. What is happening here? Okay, whatever. I think I fixed it. I don't know what it's doing. Gee. Yeah, I fixed that there as well. It looks fine now, I guess. Whatever, it's fine. So I get rid of the modifier?
It's correct. And this is what it looks like before, and this is after. And it's
Okay. So no, we're gonna go this, then. Oh, I see. But whatever, it's fine. Okay, so then we get rid of it?
subtle, right? And you'll probably see this across your mesh, like little subtle changes where maybe it just separated off the mesh, which wasn't quite a perfect alignment, but this will just correct that. So great. We don't need this here now. We can just apply it because it was just a once-off operation. And now all our mesh should be perfectly flat. And assuming you haven't got any other issues going on, again.
Wait, hold on. What I just. Wait, Control Z. Wait, what do you do? Apply?
Is where maybe it just separated off the mesh, which wasn't quite a perfect alignment, but this will just correct that. So great. We don't need this here now. We can just apply it because it was just a once-off
Okay. Just apply. Alright. Cool. Then, now what?
operation. And now all our mesh should be perfectly flat. And assuming you haven't got any other
Wait, hold on. Excuse me. I mean, it looks fine to me. I sure as hell hope there's nothing wrong with it. There'll be no way for me to tell if there is, but you know what? Who cares? Alright, moving on.
Issues going on, again, make sure you use my Discord. If you do have issues and you need someone to help, make use of the community. So use that and post your problem, and I'm sure people can help out. All right, so we want to do some sculpting. Now, why do we want to sculpt? Well, because if you look at reference photos of donuts with icing on them, you'll see that icing is obviously a liquid, and liquid does weird things. One of the weird things that it does is that it will pool in certain areas. It's not like a uniform amount all the way on it. So the most obvious being like at the end of this trail here, there would be more that would accumulate at the end there. And I think the reason for it is that because it's a viscous fluid, once it runs out of enough fluid, there's not enough to kind of push it forward, but there's enough for it to build up. So you would have like a buildup here on each of these ends, but you would also have buildups all along the edge. And you can see it in reference photos. Like here, we've got this like clear, was it like a glaze? And basically the areas there where it looks whiter, that's a thickened area. So we essentially want to replicate that across our donut. So we can't do that currently. Like if you go into edit mode, we don't have any mesh to work with because the extrusion, the thickened part is happening via this modifier. So we need to make the modifier real. So again, we're just going to apply it. Drop down, apply. Now in edit mode, we have that part of the mesh to work with.
Okay, wait, so going to solidify that edit mode, right? Hold on. Apply? Wait, did you do that while in object mode or
This modifier. So we need to make the modifier real. So again, we're just going to apply it. Drop down, apply. Now in edit mode, we have that part of the mesh to work with. So,
you want to go to edit mode? Oh, I see it now. Okay. Wait, what's that reddish outline though? Interesting. Oh, wait, no, I see
we
it.
could, if you wanted to, come in here and like select the points that you want to add, you know, a bulge to, and then very carefully come in and tap G, and then, oh, I've got snapping turned on, turn that off. Pull this out, right? And go like that and go, yep, there's a little bulge there, but that's very tedious to first select a point, then tap a key to move it. It's very tedious. So that's really like you just need to use another tool to do the job. So edit mode is one tool, and it's good for like very precise things when you need to get precise things. But for more like organic shapes, more freehand stuff, that's where sculpting comes in. So at the top here, we've just been flipping between object and edit mode, but the one underneath it is sculpt mode. So when we go into that mode, you'll see that we have on the left-hand side.
Okay, so we're going to sculpt mode now. Oh, geez. All right.
All of these tools that appear. And I mean, this isn't a sculpting like tutorial, really. We're just really going to scratch the surface. But they do different things, different sculpting things. Like let's just use the default tool here. Can't really see much happening. Let's just turn up the strength and the size of it. Like it just pulls out that part of it. And even that quick little one stroke, imagine if you had to select each of those points and pull them out one by one. Like that's why this tool is the appropriate tool for this kind of job, right? Because it's very quickly going to enable us to add lots of complex shape. Very cool. So the tool that we're looking for is actually, it's this one, the inflate brush, which is just conveniently the I hotkey.
So, I. Okay, we got inflate.
By the way, if you want to change the size of brushes in Blender, I mean, you've got these ones here. You've also got the strength slider here. But there is a hotkey just to change the size of the brush with F. So F to change the size of the brush. And you just pull out with your cursor to make it bigger, and then pull in to reduce it, and then do a single left click to confirm. You can also change the strength with Shift F. So Shift F, pull out, click, and then Shift F, pull in, click. Anyways, so if I was to draw on this, you can see that I'm inflating that edge. I can also inflate here. But you very quickly realize, like, look at that. Look at that. What is that, right?
What?
The eye is going to see that. It's a pro tip. Your eye is like, if you're going low res, don't go low res for things that are round, because your eye is very quickly going to spot low poly things. Actually, just last night I was playing Spider-Man, the Miles Morales one, and there was like this coffee cup that was on a table, and then you walk, and it looks fine, like as a background asset, but then part of it, the mission, you had to go up and read something on the table, and you had to get close to this coffee cup, and it was like 8 vertices. It just looked like almost looked like a nut on a wheel of a car, right? Just like that jagged. So, anyways, what I'm saying is this is a rounded form, so we need more information. We need more detail to sculpt on. The reason this is jagged and the reason there's not enough detail here is that just even though we have a subsurf modifier, a subdivision modifier, it's applying it after we do the sculpt mode. So when you're in sculpt mode, it's still just using your raw mesh here, and then it does this as a secondary step. So if we want to sculpt into this detail, we need to apply this. So I'm going to use more than one. I'm going to use 2 because I want to have even more detail. So importantly, by the way, if you're applying a subdivision modifier, even though you've got 2 levels here, it will always use just the viewport. So your render amount here could be whatever, but when you hit apply, it's just going to apply whatever is in the viewport. So I'm going to go 2 levels and hit apply. Now,
all right, subdivision 2, and then apply. Okay, now what?
now look at this. Whoo.
Oh no, God, headaches. Oh jeez, I can't deal with them now.
We have
Let's see. Oh wow, yeah, that is a lot more. Jeez, all right.
have 16 times the detail because we had level 1, which would be 4x, a 4x multiply, and then 4x of 4x, 16. So we have 16 times the vertices to play with. So now when we go into sculpt mode, look at it now. When we sculpt, look at that. So much more room to work with and much more fun. So now that I'm in that state, I'm going to just do little circles with this brush on each of these points here. And the reason I'm doing like little...
All right, so we're going to sculpt. He has his brush at 253. Come on, get it just right. I am super finicky about this. Oh, 257. All right. And then the strength is 0.531. 551. Fine. Whatever. Okay.
little circles like this is that by default the stroke state is what is...
All right. Then I'm going to here. Okay. Yeah. Nice. That looks right.
Is it space? You can switch it to airbrush if you want, and then you can just click and hold it there. But I find that to actually be like harder to control. So I just keep it in space mode and then just do like little circles. And then that enables you to just kind of continue adding more pressure as you move your mouse. So a little circle like that.
Yeah, I only made one.
And there
of
you
those,
go.
So.
Very quickly, already we have a more interesting looking shape across it. So another brush, another tool, I guess you call... Is it a brush or is it... I think these technically are called brushes. But anyways, another one that you use all the time is grab. And conveniently, it's the hotkey G.
Okay, grab. Okay, what next?
And what this does is just like pushing clay with your finger. It's like, eh, 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 eh. It's really cool. And the reason I'm doing this is I'm actually just exaggerating the design. Because that is what makes appealing design. It's exaggerating the addition and subtraction that you see in a shape, even though in the real world you might not see this like tapered thing like that. Because it's got this bulbous end, you want to draw more attention to that kind of globule at the end there. And to do that, yeah, if you just make this a little bit tapered using this tool, it can do that. And we get to learn about a new tool in Blender, which is the whole point of this tutorial.
Okay. So, eh, eh. Okay, yeah, I see. Looks good enough for me.
So, yeah. All right, pull this around, pull this around. Just clicking, dragging, click and drag. I could change the shape, size of the brush with F. And you've got more time than me, so maybe make this better than what I'm doing really quickly. But just get, generally a shape like that, and it should look a little nicer. Okay, so now let's do that raised edge all the way around the rim of this. Now, in previous versions of this tutorial, I said just use the inflate brush and then just like draw across it. The problem with this is that this is so imprecise, and you can accidentally like draw over another bit, and then you look at it side on and you get these like noticeable like divots across the donut. And it's not very... it's very hard to do because you keep like accidentally clicking off it and then on it, and you get this like jagged like dig, 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 dig. It's not very appealing, the point is. So let's go back. We can learn about another tool. It's another excuse to learn about another tool, and that tool is called the mask tool. So it's actually in the list here, but I never remember what it is. It's just hit M for mask.
Okay, M for mask. Okay, what now?
And it's this one. And what this enables you to do is if you just draw on it,
Oh, whoa.
you get this grade shape, right? And then when you're using another tool, like say you switch to the inflate brush now, and if you draw over this, let me just increase this. Yeah, if you drew over this, you can see it's applying an inflation to everything except the area that is dark. And that's how you can create like, a skin lesion on a zombie or something like that. So a mask is very useful in sculpting, used a lot. And we're going to use it in just this case. What we're going to do is mask out just this area along the rim there. And then we're going to apply a constant inflate value to just the area that we've masked. So first use the mask tool. Mask. And it doesn't really make sense to use like a half opaque mask. So we're going to set the strength all the way to 1. And then I'll use a brush size about here. So essentially, where do I want the inflation? Like, do I want...
So wait, strength set one full. What's he have his brush at? Well, he's still figuring it out.
This much inflation on the rim? No, probably something about here. And then
142. All right. Or 136. That's fine. Okay. What is he doing?
Just going to paint a darkened value all the way across it. And I just want to make sure that it's, fairly even. It doesn't have to be completely perfect, but fairly even across it. And I obviously don't want it to be in this part because that, the liquid has flowed all the way down and it's broken the trail and it's gone down there. So I don't want any raised area there. And again, I apologize if this was like tedious, but it's a way to learn Blender piece by piece. Okay, hey, speaking of which, I forgot. With the sculpt tools in Blender, for whatever reason, it has assumed by default that you might want to sculpt on the other side of your mesh. So you can see I've got this smear here, and that's because somewhere I was painting over here, I went through the mesh and it painted on the other side of the mesh.
Oh, no.
Over there. Very annoying. So I can undo it. It's just easier than like repainting that whole thing. And what you want to do with your mask tool is underneath brush, set it to front faces only. And that means when you paint, it should mean that as you draw, it could still happen, just be careful, but it should happen less. It shouldn't happen like on the opposite side of the same mesh. Anyways, it should happen less. By the way, I didn't call it out because it's not essential, but if you do ever want to isolate and only see the selected object, / is the isolation mode. So / on the number pad or the actual normal keyboard
pad.
will
All right.
pull you in and out of that state. Anyway, so now with the mask brush, with front faces only enabled, I can paint along it, and it should happen less, essentially. All right, I don't know what to say, but this doesn't take long once you've set it up. And assuming you've got the strength of 1, by the way, you don't want to have areas with like half opaque, right? Because we want to have a constant value across it as we inflate it. And we should get a nice raised edge that goes all the way along the donut.
Okay.
Okay, great. Just clean it up if you got any areas that look a little untidy, a little unkempt.
All right, so before I start, brush, front faces only. I'll make the radius a little bit smaller. Oh wait, no, that looks terrible. Hold on. F. There. Oh, right. That's how I shrink it out. All right. Oh, I go side. Okay, I see. It goes side to side. All right. Left click to confirm. All right. Just draw everywhere. Oh, I'm gonna have to get used to this. See where having a stylus with like a pen or something would become handy for this kind of stuff, rather than a mouse and keyboard. But you know what? That's fine. Wait, does he do the little? No, he does. All right. I guess I would too. Yeah. All right. Maybe. I hope so. Anyway. All right, just keep doing this. Keep drawing. All right. That looks a little uneven, but you know what? That's fine.
Yep. Awesome. All right. So, as I mentioned, the mask will actually mask out the area, so you can't paint on it. We obviously want to only paint on the area that we mask. So we want to invert it by just hitting Control-I, same hotkey as Photoshop, etc. And then, obviously, if we went to the inflate brush and then we just painted, like, yes, we're only now painting onto that area, but it also doesn't solve our problem of like different values across it. So we want to apply a uniform inflation on.
So hold on, we're gonna hit Control-I. Control-I. All right, it looks okay. Yeah. Okay, now what?
Just these areas. So there is a tool in the Sculpt tools called, where is it? Mesh Filter. So I will be honest, it's probably the laziest implementation of a tool in Blender. Like, mesh filters, they're not really well documented. You kind of have to just learn how they work. But unlike all these other brushes here, the way this one works is it's applying a uniform value to the entire mesh. So it doesn't actually matter where you click on the mesh, it's going to apply it. And it's applying what is in the filter types listed here. So if I just click, this is the other thing I have to learn. If I drag to the right, I'm inflating. If I drag to the left, I'm deflating and sort of subtracting the opposite direction. You just kind of have to learn that that's how this specific tool works. My theory is, by the way, to go on a rant, ZBrush's user experience and interface is so arcane, so badly hodgepodge together from ideas over the last 2 decades. They never had any thought in the process. They just lumped it all in there. And Blender's sculpting tools competes with that. So they're like, hey, yeah, the filter tools, yeah, they're not the easiest to understand, but at least we're not ZBrush. That's my theory. It's my working.
All right, so I need mesh filter. All right.
Theory I'm going with. But anyways, point is now that we're in this, you could see we're applying a uniform value to everything. Hooray for us. I might also, I'm going to set the strength of this to 0.1, and that just means that as I move the cursor, it's applying less of a...
Okay, so 0.1 for strength.
value for the movement, so I can use smaller movements. The other thing though is this is a little like, it almost looks, if we go into object mode, it looks like a tube almost around the edge of it. It's not very nice. It basically, the edge that we've got here is too hard, so we can smooth out that edge by using mask, smooth, mask. Okay.
Mask.
Now,
Smooth mask. Okay. Oh yeah, I see now.
if we use the inflate, just tilts to the right a little bit, I'm just going to go with that. Let's go object mode and see how that looks. That's pretty good. I might actually go just a little bit more, just exaggerate it slightly more.
I can barely see what he's doing. Oh, hold on, so click on this. Okay, I see. Hold on, let's Control Z. Just do a little bit. Yeah, like that maybe.
There you go. Great. So, yeah, that's roughly it. Now, there's a little bit of artifacting there because the way the mask works is it's...
Right. Then shift him. Oh, just tab, right. Wait. All right, because I'm in sculpt mode, right. Oh, so okay, I understand. All right, well, going to object mode. All right. Oh yeah, I see what he's talking about now. I think
It's kind of that feathering thing. It's not very exact, and it's kind of got some values in between it. So we can smooth that out in sculpt mode by first of all just clearing the mask, and then using the smooth tool.
So wait, hold on. Slow down there.
It's not very nice. It basically, the edge that we've got here is too hard, so we can smooth out that edge by using mask, smooth, mask.
Right.
Okay. Now, if we use the inflate, just tilts to the right a little bit, I'm just going to go with that. Let's go object mode and see how that looks. That's pretty good. I might actually go just a little bit more, just exaggerate it slightly more. There we go. Great. So, yeah, that's roughly it. Now, there's a little bit of artifacting there because the way the mask works is it's kind of that feathering thing. It's not very exact, and it's kind of got some values in between it. So we can smooth that out in sculpt mode.
Okay, so we're going to sculpt mode again.
By first of all just clearing the mask.
Clear mask.
And then using the smooth tool.
Clear mask and smooth tool. Mask and then the smooth tool. All right. Now what?
By default, it's too high, so just turn it down. And I'm just going to smooth that edge, and that'll just sort of clear up some of...
All right, so 0.349. That should be good, I guess. What am I doing? Oh, hello. Hello, I'm Tabe. Thank you for dropping by.
This artifacting, it's a little too high. For whatever reason, the smooth tool, which also you can access at any point when you're in sculpt mode just by holding down shift, and it'll temporarily invoke the smooth tool, and it'll use the value that is on the smooth tool. So you'll be in this mode, and then you hold down shift, and it'll actually not use this value, but the value that's on the smooth tool.
Okay.
Again, ZBrush is the competitor, so some things are a little weird here. Anyways, so it's a little too high. Just turn it down, and now we've got a nice value. And I'm just smoothing this out.
So you
just to clear up some of the artifacting.
Oh, you're just
all the way around.
Okay. So let's start here and just. Oh wow! I can actually see it doing its work that right now. Okay, cool. Let's do this and make it nice and pretty all around. Yeah, I can actually see it. I can visually see that. That's pretty cool. Make sure I'm actually getting a good, decent job. What are you learning Blender for? Kind of just to make like personal projects of mine. Like I have these ideas in my head that I want to convey, and I feel like Blender would be the easiest tool to do it with. So I was trying to learn Surf Filmmaker at one point, but it's a little bit archaic since it doesn't really get that much support unless it's from the community. It was a lot more complex, so I just figured, okay, maybe Blender will be easier to learn, which already I feel like it is. All right.
The mesh. Ba-doop, boop, boop. And that's it. Lovely. Hey, if you've made it this far, 3D is in the cards. It's for you because we've done some fairly complex things. So if you're a beginner and you're just getting started in Blender, congrats, because it is a steep learning curve, but you have learned some very complex modeling and
gun model.
some
It's coming to look good. I like it. Okay. I'll try making a gun model when I'm ready. I'm just getting started with a donut first. Let's see. How's my donut looking? Yeah. That looks like a donut. Oh, hold on. It's looking a little jank over here. Hold on. Let me smooth that out. Alright, that looks better. Alright.
sculpting. So congrats, you've made it this far. Why not continue on the series? Click here to see the next video, and I will see you in that part.
Part 5. Shake.
How many times have I felt this good? Let me count for you.
Ads are annoying. Oh, pets. I have a cat. I don't do dogs.
This is where
Do I have to do this where it follows it? I do. Alright.
we finished at the end of the last part, and we are ready for some materials.
Right.
Before we continue, do a check over though, because I looked inside my donut and I saw this, which shouldn't be here, obviously. So
casual.
Make sure you don't have any hidden meshes that should definitely not be there. You've only got your camera, your donut, your icing, and your light. Okay. Okay. So materials. Let's do some materials. If we jumped into our render mode, that little button that I showed you on the first part that takes you into rendered view mode, you can see we've got a lamp and it's lighting our donut in a very depressing, cold gray. So let's give it a material. Down here, the little material tab.
So hold on. Okay, we're staying icing. Oh, he fit render? What do you hold on, what do you hit?
let's do some materials. If we jumped into be here, obviously, so make sure you don't have any
bye. Thank you for,
hidden
dropping
meshes
by.
that should definitely not be there. You've only got your camera, your donut, your icing, and your light. Okay. Okay, so materials. Let's do some materials. If we jumped into our render mode, that little button that I showed you.
Okay, render. Here. Oh, yeah, wow, okay. So I just realized there's something going on at the top of my donut. But you know what? Maybe he'll get on that later, but I don't know if it's supposed to be like that.
On the first part that takes you into rendered view mode, you can see we've got a lamp and it's lighting our donut in a very depressing cold gray. So let's give it a material down here, the little material tab, and then we're going to hit new. So just like before, the one thing we're going to change,
Point on what he just said.
cold gray. So let's give it a material down here, the little material tab, and then we're going to hit new.
All right, so we're going to here to material, a new. All right, so what are we doing first?
So just like before, the one thing we're going to change is the color. Let's make it a nice pink color.
Okay.
And that looks pretty good. The other value that you
We're gonna make color pink. Hang on. How do I show stuff in Shift H? Okay, yeah. I was about to say that's why my donut was looking weird. All right. So I see this little indentation there, but you know it's fine. Yeah, that looks way better. All right. Okay, continue.
typically want to change for a lot of objects is the roughness value. So you can see the further I go all the way to the left-hand side, the more it becomes a mirror. So all the way at 0 is basically a mirror. And then all the way to the right is your like most porous object, like a brick or something like that. Basically something that looks like it doesn't have a reflection, although everything does. The roughness is just merely dissipating that reflection everywhere, so it appears as though it doesn't. But anyways, so we're going to go with like a 0.3, something like that.
Okay, so roughness, I want like a 0.3. Okay, nice. Yeah, I like that. Oh, now it's so shiny.
It's pretty good. And then for the base of our donut, we're going to give it another material, and let's go with a nice orangey yellow, which we will change later on, so it won't matter anyway.
Okay. So for the donut, we're gonna make this like a no. So Control Z. Why is it not? Okay, I just. No, that's fine. Okay, change the icing back to like pink, like a 3.3. All right, and we're going to donuts. Hold on, how did he? Hold on, let me just.
Is just merely dissipating that reflection everywhere, so it appears as though it doesn't. But anyways, so we're going to go with like a 0.3, something like that. It's pretty good. And then for the base of our donut, we're going to give it.
Oh, he made a new one. All right, that makes sense. So we're going to donuts. Now, why am I not? How am I switching to donuts? Hold on. Did you just click on it?
Like most porous object, like a brick or something like that. Basically something that looks like it doesn't have a reflection, although everything does. The roughness is just merely dissipating that reflection everywhere, so it appears as though it doesn't. But anyways, so we're going to go with like a 0.3, something like that. It's pretty good. And then for the base of our donut, we're going to give it another.
Oh, I have to click on the object. All right. Click on the donut. Okay, hold on. Just do that, I guess. Oh, wait. I'm in sculpt mode. All right. Freaking. What mode is he currently in? Object mode. I should be in object mode. Duh. All right. New. Uh. Here, right? Yeah, material. Surface. Ah, there we go. There we go. Make this like my like orangish yellow like that. All right.
Material, and let's go with a nice orangey yellow, which we will change later on, so it won't matter anyway. But that's good. Great. Look at us. We've got a donut. By the way, we'll add some subsurface SSS later on to make this look a little bit more milky, but for now, this is good. Now, we want to put our donut onto a marble countertop. So first of all, we need that countertop as a separate object. So Shift A, and the one we're looking for is again under mesh, and we're going to go with a plane. So a plane.
Okay. So Shift A with a mesh, and we're adding a plane.
Plane is just a square that's literally made up of 4 vertices. It's the simplest object, but the most versatile, that you use it all over the place. And I'm going to make this look a little bit bigger. So let's just scale that out with S and then click.
Okay, scale it out with S. Okay.
Okay, so we want to make our donut rest onto the countertop. So if I selected my donut base and moved it up, well, there's a problem, right? We need to have both of these move together. So if you want to have one object basically attached to another object while still being its own separate object, you parent it. So the way we parent it is, first of all, you select the object that you want to follow the other object, so the child, and then you select the parent. So holding down Shift, I'm going to now click on the donut base, and then to parent, it's Control P, okay?
Wait, okay, so doing this. Click on that. And then that. What am I supposed to do? Hold on.
Parent it. So the way we parent it is, first of all, you select the object that you want to follow the other object, so the child, and then you select the parent. So holding down Shift, I'm going to now click on the donut base, and then to
Click on that. Then holding Shift, I click on that.
parent, it's Control P, okay? Or again,
Or Control P. All right, what next?
and if at any time you don't know what it is, just hit F3 for search, and then we can just type in parent. Now, by the way, with parent, you get a number of options here. The one you actually want is keep transform. If you just do object, it means if you've ever moved the object like off its base or whatever like that, it'll then like clear its position. So it's actually not the one you want most of the time. So it's keep transform. Now that I've done that, if you've done it in the correct order, you should be able to select the base and then move it, and the icing should go with it. If it
Okay, so Control P. Keep transform. Grab it. Ah, there we go. Cool.
If it doesn't, it means it's probably parented the other way. So again, make sure the object you want to follow the other one is selected first, and then the parent is selected last. Okay. So now I'm going to move that up along its z-axis. So G, and then just a middle tap and pull it up till it's resting on my counter. Haha, lovely. Now don't worry about this looking like cartoonishly bad in terms of realism. I'm going to show you a button later on, which is just going to make this look phenomenally realistic. That's going to be in some later parts. But for now, this is fine just whilst we work and piece the scene together.
Okay. G. Ah, there we go. Use this axis. All right, that looks good. Yeah. Actually, parts of it still clipping in, so Good enough. All right. Yeah, that's good enough. All right. What now?
So for our countertop here, we need to give it a new material. And then underneath the base color, you can select not just a color by clicking the color, but the little dot next to it, that little yellow thing doesn't look like a button. It is. If you click that, you get this this pop-up or pop down in this point.
Still in object mode. We're going to the plane. New. And then for the base color. Okay.
Which just gives you a number of options. And the one that we're looking for is image texture. So essentially, it's replacing that import from a flat color to an image texture property. And it's now black, and it's asking you what image texture. So we need an image texture. Now, we could go to just Google Images and just find any old marble texture, download that. The problem, usually, with textures on the web is that what most people call a texture is not ideal for 3D. Most textures are good for websites, but for 3D, we need extra information to tell the 3D software how the material property looks. Like, how does it reflect light? What do the bumps look like across the surface? And all that information is never available on these sites. So to find those textures, you have to go to a separate dedicated website. And the website that I recommend is Polygon. And the reason I recommend it is because it's mine. It's my website. That's why I recommend it. No, I started it 8 years ago because I was pretty dissatisfied with the quality of the texture websites that were available at the time. So I used my YouTube money to invest in a team and some high-tech equipment. We went out into the world and we scanned stuff to a very high quality standard. And over the years, we've grown it to include models and HDRIs as well. And obviously, a lot of this stuff is paid, but we also have a free range. And obviously, we're going to be using a free texture for this part. So this is the free texture. This is the one we're going to use. And
So I have to. We're venturing off sites. Polygon. Free. And what are we looking for?
first of all, although it is free, you do need to sign up for an account. So you can just sign up with Google. That's usually the easiest one. It's a couple of onboarding questions. I would like to actually know how you, are you a professional? Are you a student? That's kind of interesting to me to know that. And then when you get to here, you're just going to say continue with free account. But power through that.
All right. I was not expecting this. All right. We're going to temporarily just hide that because I don't want you guys seeing my personal information. So wait, hold on. What am I doing? How am I logging in?
Account. So you can just sign up with Google. That's usually the easiest one. Have a free range. And obviously we're going to be using a free texture for this part. So this is the free texture. This is the one we're going to use. And first of all, although it is free, you do need to sign up using a free texture for this part. So this is the free texture.
All right. Thank you. Where was it? Marble. I'm looking for marble. Hold on. Wait, actually, guys. Which one specifically did you just
have
choose?
a free range? And obviously we're going to be using a free texture for this part. So this is the free texture.
Denali quartalized texture gray. Let's see, so Denali quartalized texture gray. Where is it? Oh, there it is. We're white, but white should be fine. Sign up for free to download. Do it via Google. Yep, that's fine. Alright. Enter in all my information that you can't see. Summer, Hallie's Polygon. Hobbyist, I guess. continue with free accounts. Just and then wait, what's he gonna say about this? Hold on.
This is the one we're going to use. And first of all, although it is free, you do need to sign up for an account. So you can just sign up with Google. That's usually the easiest one. It's a couple of onboarding questions.
Wait, did I ever change the audio thing for the capture? Yeah, I did. All right.
I would like to actually know how you, are you a professional? Are you a student? That's kind of interesting to me to know that. And then when you get to here, you're just going to say continue with free account. But power through that. And if you click the link in the description, again, this is the marble, and we just want to hit download.
All right.
And you'll see.
Skip that for now. I don't know what all this is, but it's fun, I guess. Whatever, I guess. I don't know. Okay. And free. Download that. Okay, I'm folding my legs. Get more comfortable. Okay, I have it downloaded. Let's turn this back on. No.
In the bottom right hand corner, it's downloading. It is a large size, but this is because it's 8K and we've got maps at like 16-bit depth to get all of that accurate information there. But once it is finished, it'll just appear in your downloads. Then you just unzip the zip file as you would normally. And then finally, you should see some glorious high resolution images and ones with extra information like roughness. Very, very subtle, but will come through when we do the render. So back into Blender where we've got that image texture, we're going to click on open. Then navigate to where you unzipped it and then just click on the one that ends with COL in the name and then just hit open.
Okay, Jesus Christ. I'm gonna have to hide that because again, I don't need that being shared. There, go to downloads. Unzip this. Or just open, I guess. No, it needs to be unzipped. Alright. Control. Alright. Or how am I? It's fine. Okay. How do I unzip? Or it's already unzipped. Yeah, it's not showing me the images. Maybe I gotta move it somewhere. So I'll make a new folder. Screenshots and layouts. Save pictures. I'll just make a new folder. Blender. Then we'll move that. How am I supposed to? No, it's fine. Hold on. Why? I just made the new folder. Why is it not showing up? Pin to quick access. Okay, there we go. Then downloads. Move this to the folder. How do I? Hold it. How do I unzip this?
Render. So back into Blender where we've got that in your downloads. Then you just unzip the zip file as you would normally. And then
How do I unzip? I don't know how to unzip. I'm not very good at this. Right click. don't see anything that's maybe extract all. Oh, okay, there we go. Extract. There we go. All right. And then what am I doing next?
And then finally, you should see some glorious high resolution images and ones with extra information like roughness. Very, very subtle, but will come through when we do the render. So back into Blender, where we've got that image texture,
Okay.
we're going to click on open. Then navigate to where.
Okay, so then should be good then. Let's go back to Blender. All right. Should be good to show stuff again. All right. So Blender. Base color. Wait, what am I doing? Hold on.
And ones with extra information like roughness. Very, very subtle, but will come through when we do the render. So back into Blender, where we've got that image texture, we're going to click on.
Oh, we're clicking on image texture. All right. Wait, where? Wait. Ah, okay. Image texture. Then we open. Ah, there it is. No. Wait, where is it? It's not there. Why are you doing this to me? That's. It should be there. I just made the folder. Mother fudger. Yeah, it's right there. Hold on. Unpinned from quick access. I guess I'll, it's fine. You know, it's fine. Do that. Maybe we just need to open. How might Blender? Why is it not there? That's why I struggle with computers. Yep, it's fine. I'm gonna figure this out. For whatever reason, it's not showing up like it's supposed to. Yeah, there's the file that I just made. Oh, 'cause maybe I need to change the name. Properties. Change the name. Textures. Okay. Maybe now it'll show up. Pin to access, I guess. Let's try this again. What's that? Open. And it's still not there. Why is it not showing up? The thing I just made. Go to channels, I guess. And it's not even showing up here. What am I doing wrong? Open. Yeah, why is it not showing up anywhere? What did I do wrong?
the zip file as you would normally. And then finally, you should see some glorious high resolution images and ones with extra information like roughness. Very, very subtle, but will come through when we do the render. So back into Blender where we've got that image texture, we're going to click on open. Then navigate to where you unzipped it and then just click on the one that ends with COL in the name and then just hit open.
Okay, well, I unzipped it. I have it in a folder. It's right here. So why is it not showing up when I open it in Blender? No, that's not working. This is really frustrating because this isn't an issue on like of me making a mistake. It's just it's not showing up. Should be showing up, but no, it's not. No, why would I want it to? It's not showing up anywhere. What the fuck? Now I'm actually getting annoyed. Yeah, it's not showing up. Do I need to like open a new Okay, you know what? Save. Close this. And open it back up again. Did I not just save it? Why is it not colored? Oh, because I need to render it. Okay. There. Do that. Well, now it's... You know what? Okay, what am I looking for?
And ones with extra information like roughness. Very, very subtle, but will come through when we do the render. So back into Blender where we've got that image texture, we're going to click on open. Then navigate to where you unzipped it and then just click on the one that ends with COL in the name.
COL. This one. Okay. It took way longer than it needed to. It was way more complicated than it needed to be, but we got there. Alright. It's fine. Let's resume.
And then just hit open. And here it is. Okay. And it looks great up close. Only problem is, of course, look at that reflection. So bland, so fake. And as I mentioned before, fake is the enemy. And you need to squash it by just adding variance. So that's where our roughness map is going to come in. And while we could try to add it in here, this section on the right-hand side, it's actually not where you do most of your material work, because this is kind of like a simplified, dumbed-down version. It doesn't really... It gets a little bit complicated when you try and add too many things to it, because there's like too many menus and drop downs and all that kind of stuff. So instead, if you go to your shading tab at the top of the screen there, this...
Okay. Shading. Oh, wow. This looks even more complicated.
Will change the layout of the screen to something completely different we haven't seen before. And lots of windows, actually too many. I never actually need this one on the right-hand side. So where you just mouse over where you've got the
right-hand
divider, and then
side,
just
but it's on
right-click
its
and then
left.
say join areas. And then you want to join it to the left to close it. And then I'll do the same here, because I've never needed those on the left-hand side. So I've just got
I
my
might,
view
so I'm going to leave them the way they are.
at the top here, and then this one here. And the reason, by the way, this looks different than what we had before is because this is the material preview, but you can change it back to what we had before by clicking that. So material preview, by the way, it's the same. It's a rendered mode, but it's using lights, a different light setup. Basically, just an HDRI, which is like a fake kind of light and reflection map, just so that you can quickly preview materials. And really, you could use either or. They both kind of show the material, but yeah, let's use this one. Okay, but the bit that we're looking for is here. So this section here is your node setup, and it's actually
This section here is my notes setup. Okay.
an exact duplicate of what we did over here, because this on the right hand side is the simplified version. If you're just doing like a quick change, you might want to use this, but over here this is what's actually happening to it underneath the hood, right? So you can see as I change this on the right hand side, that is also changing there, so they are linked. Okay. So the way nodes work is basically a left to right function. So we start over here with our image texture, it goes into our shader, which is the material for this plane, and then it comes out into a material output, and that's what is fed into the final shader. So essentially we could do anything, like for example, and this is one of the value of nodes, is between these two nodes we could add another node. Like for example, I could hit Shift A to add, again, same hotkey, works everywhere, and then I could add in like a hue saturation value node, and then I could change the hue of my marble to look blue, right, or something else. So that's the power of nodes, and you could just keep going, adding in adjustments and everything you want. So nodes, very, very flexible. They do look daunting because they get all these like, you know, squid-looking lines going everywhere. But it's very, very convenient, very customizable. Okay, but we want to add something to our roughness so that we don't have a flat single value roughness, which is what that is currently. We want to use that map that we just downloaded. So one, you could hit Shift A and then add an image text this way, but actually we could also just drag out from that input there and then just do a release, and it'll now say, what do you want to add in this input? And we could type in image texture color and then hit enter.
Well, okay, so go to here. Okay, it's like similar controls to when I'm in edit object or edit mode here. Okay. So roughness, we're gonna drag that out. Go to image, texture, and say color. This is actually pretty cool. Alright, what am I doing next?
Then here, go to that same place that we unzipped it, and then we're looking for the one with roughness in the name. So roughness in the name, and then hit.
Okay. Blender. Roughness. Right there. Okay, then what?
Open. Okay, so this is better, right? You can kind of see we've got some detail there, but it doesn't look quite right. Something is not going.
Hold on. This does, mine also doesn't look like that. He has his in that one. Not okay. I forgot. Hold on. No, I hold shift and then okay. There we go. All right. Oh, okay. Okay, I see the light there. Okay, so
Right. It's because when you add an image texture, Blender doesn't really know what type of information it is yet, and by default, it's looking at the color information, even though there isn't really color there. So instead, we need to tell Blender, this is a special map, and we're just looking at the values, right? So essentially, the color space here, we need to change it from sRGB, which is standard photo color, to instead non-color data, or just non-color, I guess they've changed it.
Okay. Change the color space to non-color. Ooh, that looks way nicer.
But now you can see that looks correct, right? So look at all that. We got scratches, we got smudges. It's infinitely more realistic than what we had previously. So beyond that, though, we could also add in little tiny bumps, okay? So
I guess we're gonna do what else?
So bumps are in a place you would not expect. There's not a bump value here. It's actually under normal. So normal, you hear that word a lot in 3D. It just basically means the face, which direction is the face pointing, right? So if this is your face of the plane, you're pointing this way, that's the normal, right? But you can change the normal information to kind of tweak it to pretend like there is detail in that, okay? Essentially, we can plug in a specialized map called a normal map. Okay, so we're going to drag out from that normal map and then release and then image texture. That's the last use thing. That's the one we want. I'm just going to click color.
Okay. So we go here. Go to normal. We can drag out. Last thing, which is image texture color.
Then drop and then hit open. Go to that same folder. And then this is the one, the purple one. It's the weirdest looking map. You always know you're looking at a CG texture map directory because it's the purple one and it's got NRM in the name for
NRM. Open. For whatever reason, doesn't want to project it to me correctly, but I don't care as long as it works. Ooh, wow, that looks really nice, actually.
normal and hit open. And just like before, it's not going to be correct because it thinks this is a color image texture, just like for photos. So we need to change it again to non-color data.
Okay. Color space to non-color. Wow. That's just for marble.
And now you would think that would fix it, but no, it looks even worse. What did we do?
Does it? It looks fine to me. I mean, mine doesn't have that shadow on it, but you know what? Who cares about that? All right. So what are we doing now?
The problem is we need to convert this image texture into something this can read. So we need to put another node in between here. So the node is found under Shift A for add, then vector normal map. So
Okay, hold
click
on. So
and then just drop it here so it highlights.
okay. So Shift A, converter, normal map. No, shader. What do you say to add? I don't remember.
Correct, because it thinks this is a color image texture, just like for photos. So we need to change it again to non-color data. And now
Okay.
you would think that would fix it, but no, it looks even worse. What did we do? The problem is we need to convert this image texture into something this can read. So we need to put another node in between here. So the node is found under Shift A for add, then vector. Normal.
Okay. So it needs to be vector. All right. Shift A, vector, normal map, and we put it there. I mean, I'll take my. It looks fine, like it did before.
Map. So click and then just drop it here so it highlights between it, and then just drop it. And it will now finally be correct. And if I go full screen.
Oh, what? But where's that light? Oh, wow, that actually. Oh, I can see all the textures. Oh my god, that's so cool. That's just for the countertop.
Control space. I didn't mention that before, but yeah, control space, and then you can go full screen, and you can see we've got very subtle little little chips and divots across the texture along with those smudges, and it just looks way more believable. It means you don't have to worry about this part of your scene. It's just going to work, and you're going to get all that detail for free, and just makes life a little bit easier. But it is a lot of work. Like, what you've just made is a PBR shader, and yeah, it's a lot of work. All those little maps and everything, and having to know which setting is which. But it is a very common thing to learn, so that's why I wanted to include it in here. If I could plug my own website again, though, I will say we did hear you, because a lot of people say that. So we actually made an add-on called the Polygon add-on, which I'll actually show you how to install later on, because that is actually important for 3D, because you use a lot of add-ons. But to plug it very quickly, it actually does all of that without you having to leave Blender. So it'll download the texture for you. There we go. See, it's downloading. It's actually faster through the add-on. And then once you've got it, you just hit apply, and then it will do all of that node work for you in the background, and it'll just apply it to the mesh for you. So you don't have to do all that all the time. And in fact, most people, I think, if you're working on big scenes, you're using libraries, you're using add-ons like this, so you don't have to do it all manually all the time. But it is important to know the process, so that's why I wanted to show it. But anyways, this was our material, and we are happy with it. Well done. Let's go back to the Layout tab, and now we're going to do one more thing. So you see our donut base here. Let's just isolate this donut for one moment here by hitting /, which I mentioned previously.
So, wait, what are we doing?
To show
I kind of tuned out there.
This was our material, and we are happy with it. Well done. Let's go back to the Layout tab, and now we're going to do one more thing.
How do I
if you're working on big scenes, you're using libraries, you're using add-ons like this, so you don't have to do it all manually all the time. But it is important to know the process, so that's why I wanted to show it. But anyways, this was our material, and we are happy with it. Well done. Let's go back to the Layout.
Back to previous? Wait, how do I exit this? Uh-oh, hold on.
Using libraries, you're using
I see where people get lost, just like I do, by the spy, where it says most replayed, because
like
people
this,
get confused,
so you don't
like
have
I
to do it all manually all the time. But it is important to know the process, so that's why I wanted to show it. And then once you've got it, you just hit, because that is actually, if I can get all that full screen with, and now this image text into something this can read. So we need to put another node, just drop it here so it highlighted before, but yeah, control full screen with control space. I didn't mention that before, but yeah, control space.
Control space, alright. Control space? Back to previous? Oh, that didn't help. So what else am I supposed to hit in order to get back?
Scenes, you're using libraries, you're using add-ons like this, so you don't have to do it all manually all the time. But it is important to know the process, so that's why I wanted to show it. But anyways, this was our material, and we are happy with it. Well done. Let's go back to the Layout tab, and now we're going to do one more thing. So you see our donut base here.
How do I get... hold on. How am I getting back?
The time, but it is important to know the process, so that's why I wanted to show it. But anyways, this was our material, and we are happy with it. Well done. Let's go back to the Layout tab, and now we're going to do one.
Is it layout tab? But I don't... I guess I'm just stuck in this now? Wait, I... Shift space. I guess I just do that now, I guess? No, then I have to go back to previous. I don't know how to get out. Oh, wait, duh. Alright, and we go back to layout. Alright. Then we hit render. Okay. There we go. Now we're back. Okay, what do I do next?
One more thing. So you see our donut base here. Let's just isolate this donut for one moment here by hitting /, which I mentioned previously. Okay.
Oh, excuse me. That's /. Okay, now what?
When you're in a /, this is isolate mode, which means it's literally turning off everything, including the lamp, which is why it's dark. But if you turn on material preview, then you get this. So this is okay.
Material preview. All right. Where's material preview? Maybe it's up here. Viewport shading. Viewport shading. Wait, where's material preview, dude? Where is it?
Okay, when you're in a /, this is isolate mode, which means it's literally turning off everything, including the lamp, which is why it's dark. But if you turn on
That one. Okay, yeah, that doesn't look too bad.
material preview, then you get this. So this is okay. But if you look at real references of donuts, you'll see that it's typically whiter around the middle. And the reason for that is, as I mentioned before, the way it cooks, right? It's only like half submerged and then it's flipped. And it means that the bits that are closest to the surface are cooked less. So there's usually like a whiter part around the rim. And I mean, really, this is just an excuse to show you another part of Blender, which is texture paint. So at the top there, click the texture paint tab.
Texture paint. Wow. We're out here now.
And again, let's go into isolate mode with our donut there.
Isolate view, which is /. Yaw. Yaw.
We not seeing? Okay, there we go. So what texture paint does is
Wait, what? Oh yeah, gotta do this. Yeah, and then
lets you paint directly onto your mesh. But if we try doing it, you can see nothing's happening. And it does give you a warning at the bottom, missing textures detected. So to paint, you're painting into an image and the image doesn't exist yet. So we have to give it one. So go to the material tab. And then here where we got base color, we set it up as yellow, but we're actually just going to override it now. So click that little yellow dot again and then say image texture.
all right. Oh no, missing texture. So we're going to here, yeah. Image texture. Image texture. All right, and now it looks black. Like it's been dipped in tar, made out of coal.
So now it's black, doesn't have an image. So, and instead of clicking open, we're going to click new. So we're going to be creating a brand new image. And let's call this donut base.
All right. No, I know we're putting it. Donut base. Okay. Oh, excuse me. And then what?
We could make this higher res if we want, but don't. This is more than enough for a donut base. That's fine. And this will just save us time. The color, this will just fill the, it'll fill the image for us with a flat color. So we're just going to go for something pretty similar to what we had before.
Okay, so color. Something like that. I think.
A nice yellowy color like that. And by the way, make sure you're all the way bright, otherwise your donut is going to be a little bit dark. So yeah, there we go. All right, and then hit OK.
And then hit OK. Okay.
And once we've done that, you should, I mean, it should be over there on the left-hand side, but if it doesn't pop up, you can just select it from the drop-down donut base. And there we go.
All right.
So now you should, I mean, it should be over there on the left-hand side, but if it doesn't pop up, you can just select it from the drop-down.
Okay. Well. Okay, now what?
Donut base. And there we go. So now we're in this state. Look what I can do. Ooh, fancy. So, I don't know why I said it like that. But we can paint directly onto our mesh. So, to understand this, because it's kind of weird, you can also paint directly over here. And you might be thinking like, well, how does it know, like, how do I know which part over here is actually going to be painted over onto the donut there? You might not care, but it's actually good to understand how it works. So basically this mesh here, it has to be unwrapped over onto this left-hand side.
I understand how this works. It's like texture packs from Minecraft. When you want to download skin, it shows it all unfolded and laid out, and then it wraps the mesh that you made over here and wraps it on the character model. Okay, I understand this part.
Because that's the only way to have a 2D texture, 2D flat image be applied to a mesh is to unwrap it in some way. I mean, there's projection. I'm not getting into that. To unwrap it. And unwrapping is essentially like, there is a meme actually that explains it. But if you have like a chocolate, right, that is wrapped in some tinfoil, if you flatten it out, that is essentially UV unwrapping. There are little places in that wrapping where there had to be a cut, right? And then that cut was wrapped around the object. That's what UV unwrapping is. So the reason this works for us is because the cuts are actually already in place for default objects. So this torus is already perfectly UV unwrapped, so we don't have to do anything. I did want to mention it though, because it's important to understand UV unwrapping. Anyways, so we could actually paint directly on here, as I mentioned. White is a little bit too extreme though. So I'm going to click that and choose a color. First of all, I'm going to select the eyedropper and then not click over here because that's got shading information. I'm going to click on the left-hand side so we get the exact color.
Okay, so hold on. I completely blanked there for a minute.
The reason this works for us is because the cuts are actually already in place for default objects. So this torus is already perfectly UV unwrapped, so we don't have to do anything.
I think it's my brain just turned off, and I was just like watching and listening, and not really. I was paying attention, but I wasn't really taking in anything. That's what my brain does, and I don't know why. That's why it's so difficult for me to stay focused, and I always procrastinate.
I did want to mention it though because it's important to understand.
Okay, so click on that box at the top. That's proper. Click over here. Okay.
Anyways, so we could actually paint directly on here, as I mentioned. White is a little bit too extreme though. So I'm going to click that and choose a color. First of all, I'm going to select the eyedropper and then not click over here because that's got shading information. I'm going to click on the left-hand side so we get the exact color. And then I'm going to make it closer to white. So not fully white because.
Okay. Then make it closer to white. Not fully white.
That'll be too far, but closer to white. And I'm also going to change the strength of my brush. Yeah, I'll make about halfway.
About half. All right. Strength of the brush about halfway. Okay, now what?
Now I can do paints across it.
Oh.
And this will enable you to get a much more natural feel because you'll have, just like, in fact, I might even go a little bit softer. And that way you can kind of just paint across it. And this is very forgiving.
Okay, so make it maybe a bit softer as well.
Because we've got icing that's going to go over the top of it.
Okay.
But that's good. We don't want it to be too extreme. Let's just make it, I might go the other way. Make this a little bit more saturated. Anyways, that's basically all we need.
Make it a bit more saturated. Okay. How did he do that? It was so fast. I didn't even process what I just saw.
Much more natural feel because you'll have, just like, in fact, I might even go a little bit softer. And that way you can kind of just paint across it. And this is very forgiving because we've got icing that's going to go over the top of it. But that's good. We don't want it to be too extreme. Let's just make it.
Okay. Over here and raise the saturation a bit.
I might go the other way. Make this a little bit more saturated. Anyways, That's basically all we need to do. We just want to just dab our toes into the field of texture painting. I would say texture painting, by the way, it's one of the weaker areas of Blender. It's actually due for an update at some point in the future, but it doesn't do like, you can't paint into like the height information or the roughness information at the same time like you can with Substance Painter, but it's got basic functionality. Now, importantly, this is an image, but it's not saved into your blend file. It still needs to be manually saved. So see at the top left-hand corner.
Oh, well, let me just actually paint this now. Oh, wow, that's that's very, very light. Lower the saturation a bit to make it brighter. Yeah, there we go. That looks like a donut. That looks like I'm making a donut. All around the edges. Get nice and all right. All right, that looks alright. Yeah, that looks. Yeah, that actually looks okay. Now that actually okay. That registers as a donut in my brain for sure. Okay.
Corner there, it's got image with a star. If you see that star, it means you've got changes that haven't been saved. So we need to go image and then save and specify where are we going to put our image, because if we
Okay. Image. Save.
don't do this, we're going to lose it. So it has to be saved somewhere. So I'm just going to save it, yeah, anywhere. It has to be saved somewhere because it will not be saved as part of the blend file. Very
All right. Just save as image. Whatever. Who cares? Who cares where it goes?
very important to know that. Otherwise, you can lose texture paint work that you've done. But there we go. So now,
Then we go back to layouts. Yeah, okay, it's been saved. All right, so we go back to layout. And hey, look at that! It looks like a real donut.
to bring back everything, remember if it looks like, where's the rest of my scene gone? See the top left-hand corner? Local means it's isolated mode. So that means you just have to hit / again. And
All right, /. /. Yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, that looks like a mighty tasty donut.
and it brings back everything. And there we
Another
are. So
donut.
that's the extent of this part of the tutorial. As I mentioned,
how's that?
some of you might be wondering, when are we going to make that lovely subsurface scattering? We're going to do that in the future after we do the sprinkles because it's too hard to see at this point. So
Alright, so do that.
I live with a broken phone. I can't trade in.
Oh no, my
Okay, that's
phone's broken. I
dramatic.
can't
Better play
trade in.
Verizon.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Save up to
Save
$1,800 and
save my
trade in
work.
any Samsung phone for a new Galaxy S24 Plus, watch and tablet, all on us, only on Verizon.
You're currently on the Blender Grill Discord watching your donuts. You go, May. We're all watching you on Discord. Okay. Oh jeez.
Julie
Okay
booked their
then. Thank you.
honeymoon 6 months before.
Great. Now
Shay
there's
even
pressure
proposed.
associated with what I'm doing.
You were made to trust your gut. We were made to help you find the best time to book.
the time has finally come.
All right, and then oh, we gotta make sure you guys can hear the tutorial with me. Audio. Because it doesn't follow the pages that I do. All right.
Come to decorate our delicious looking donut with some sprinkles.
6 people.
So
Oh,
the
jeez.
feature we need for that is called geometry nodes, and you can access it by going to the top of your screen. If you don't see it, just middle mouse drag across, and you'll see the tab geometry nodes.
Oh, jeez. Oh, it's right there already for me. Oh boy.
Ooh. So it's adjusted your screen layout. Don't get disorientated. Your donut is still there. This screen on the left here, it's called the spreadsheet. Never needed it. Touch on wood, never will. So we can just close that. Right click, join areas, and then just collapse it into it. Okay, so with your
Okay, so right. Wait, how am I? How did I forgot how do you do that?
your donut is still there. This screen on the left here, it's called the spreadsheet. Never needed it. Touch on wood, never will. So we can just close that. Right click, join areas, and then just
Okay. Right click, join areas, and just there we go. All right.
collapse it into it. Okay, so with your icing selected, click the new button.
Good. My icing selected. Wait, where is my icing? How come it's not showing up here? Interesting. You know, it's fine. Oh, right, because it's here now. Okay. And then click new. Then
So welcome to the world of geometry nodes. So geometry nodes is actually a modifier. So when we hit new there, we've added in a modifier called geometry nodes.
okay.
And what the modifier is doing is whatever we want it to. Okay. So what this section down here is, this is a node-based system, and it
Okay.
looks familiar, right? You got boxes with little lines, and it's the exact same type of system that was used in our materials, right? But it's a completely different system. Okay. So the same nodes will not be referenced between the completely different systems. So the way this works is our mesh that we've got here of our icing is what is being represented on the left-hand side with your input.
Okay.
It's then taking that mesh and it's feeding it all the way to the right, and it's going to spit out whatever is in your group output. So currently nothing has changed because there's nothing between those points. But if I was, for example, don't follow me, but just as an example,
Don't fall. All right.
if I was to add a set position node, drop this in here, and then change the position of the icing along the Z axis, you can see it's raised it. Okay, now the mesh, if I go into edit mode, is still there. The mesh has not changed. So we're not actually moving the object. This is just happening after the fact via a modifier. Okay. Now, obviously, this would be a rather pointless use for geometry nodes to move it, because you could just move it. But as an example, let's say, I don't know, you had a scene where lots of objects, some of them are raised, some of them are not, and you wanted to quickly change them. What you could do with geometry nodes, in this case, you could actually expose this offset value by dragging it to the left over here. And when you do that, you can see it's now appeared over here in our modifier stack. What that means is, whenever I'm in another part of Blender, say I'm like building stuff, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I need to quickly, change the height of that icing, I've got it there whenever I need to. So essentially, this system enables you to build up your own tool that does something that you want it to do in a really flexible way. So it's really powerful. And before geometry nodes, I mean, Blender was kind of limited in what you can do, but I'll throw some examples here.
Whoa.
In the last 2 years since it's been in
that
Blender,
is so
people have done
cool.
some wild stuff with it. And most of this stuff really was just not possible in Blender before without doing custom scripting. So it's really opened up
that's
doors.
so cool.
So it is a very different system. Like, it's a different way of working than, just hands-on in 3D. But it's a really flexible, really valuable system. So any time spent learning geometry nodes, I think, is time well spent. So we want to do sprinkles, and to do that we need to first of all scatter some points onto our mesh. So to do that, hit Shift A for add, and then we're looking for point, distribute points on faces. Okay.
Okay. So Shift A. I already forgot what he said. Gosh dang it. Okay, just rewind a bit.
So we want to do sprinkles, and to do that we need to first of all scatter some points onto our mesh. So to do that, hit Shift A for add, and then we're looking for point,
Okay.
distribute points.
So Shift A, points on faces. And I'm just gonna put that right there, I assume. There we go. Oh wow. They're just all over the place.
On faces. Okay. And then it's just it's just going to put you in a placement state. And if you just mouse over that line there till it lights up, If you click, it's going to automatically connect it for you. And now you can see we've got points on our icing and a density value. Great. But you might notice the icing has actually disappeared. Ooh. Now the reason for that is we've told it, okay, take that icing object and convert it into points and then just give us the points back. Okay. So what we need to do is say, yes, we want the points, but we also want the original mesh. So we can do that by adding in a node that you use all the time, which is Shift-A, Geometry, Join Geometry. So you'll find this node.
Geometry, join geometry. So Shift-A, Geometry, join geometry. Right there. Okay.
In probably any geometry nodes tutorial. Very versatile. So drop it in here after the points, and you'll notice this input here is a different shape. So normally inputs are circles or triangles or whatnot. This one is a long and elongated shape to signify that it can accept multiple inputs. So unlike these where you can only accept one, this can accept many. So what we need to do is take the output of our original mesh and then feed it over to here. And now we have.
It's actually kind of fun too doing this. Like, ooh, look at that. I'm connecting and crossing wires.
Both the original mesh and we have our points, and they're being combined together and then put into our output. Okay, very cool. Awesome. All right, so if we were to give this a render right now, you would actually see nothing because these points don't physically exist. They just exist in the 3D space. If we want them to show up in the render, we have to tell it, what do you want to render them as? So for that, we need to add an object to be our sprinkle. So your sprinkle could be whatever you want. We're actually going to make two different types of sprinkles in this donut series. So we're going to start though with a very simple one, just a round ball. So just like you would add another object normally, Shift-A, and then go Mesh, and then go UV Sphere.
Shift-A, Mesh, UV Sphere. Okay, helps if I say it out loud to myself. Shift-A, Mesh, Shift-A, Mesh, UV, wait. Okay, hold on. Shift-A, Mesh, wait, what? Hold on, I went wrong somewhere.
Whatever you want. We're actually going to make two different types of sprinkles in this donut series. So we're going to start though with a very simple one, just a round ball. So just like you would add another object normally, Shift-A, and then go.
Wait, what mode am I in? Am I in the... No, okay, right.
Mesh, and then go.
Oh, I'm doing it up there.
UV Sphere. Now, this.
Okay, that's what I was doing. So, Shift-A, Mesh, UV Sphere. Okay, now what?
Sphere is going to be referenced for every single sprinkle. Okay, so we want to go as low res as we can get away with.
Wait, that's crazy. Oh, well done. No, thank you. Thank you, Banana.
So I'm going to go with 12 segments and then 8 rings. If
12. So let's see. 12 segments. And how many rings did he say? 8. And then what?
if you're on a really slow computer and you think this is really going to suffer later on, you could go even lower, but I don't want to go too low because otherwise we're going to see that jagged edge because it's a rounded form. So I don't want to go too much lower than that. But I do want to adjust the scale because obviously this needs to be a tiny little sprinkle. So let's go 0.01. Okay.
0.01. All right. Make this. Wait, the radius? 0.01. 0.01. All right. itty bitty little bitty little thing.
Awesome. All right, now with our icing selected again, you'll notice, by the way, that if you click another object, you don't see your nodes because it's only going to show you the active object's geometry nodes. So if you want the nodes to just be there no matter what, if you click the pin button there, that means no matter what is selected, it's only going to be showing you this object's, the one that we pinned, geometry nodes. Okay. All right, so to reference, we need to reference that little sphere that we've just created in our.
Okay, so hold on. Here. Pin that. Alright, and then let's see. What do we do next?
Geometry node system. And you can do it very easily just by dragging down from your outline up here, just dragging it down into your geometry nodes and dropping it.
Oh!
Okay.
Cool. So I have here, so drag it down and boop. It's in here now. Okay.
So now let's just create some room here. Make a little bit of space. Okay. And what I need to do is add another node to reference this object. And the node is Shift A, instances on points.
So hold up.
Okay.
I just
want to
point
drop
down
it,
again.
make a little bit of space.
Okay, so got this
Okay.
in there. All right. Let's tidy things up a bit. Okay. What we're gonna do is.
And what I need to do is add another node to reference this object. And the node is Shift A, instances on points. The top
Shift
one.
A, instances on points. Shift A, instances on point. Get on the point. I can't just get off my lap. I can adjust now.
Okay, and then I want to drop it in here between distribute points on faces and my join geometry. So drop it in right there till it lights up.
Oh, okay.
Now the
Drag that out a bit. Wait, hold on. Am I doing this wrong? Wait, hold on. Something's not right. Wait. Something's not right. Why is oh, because I have. This is not supposed to. Oh, I see. That's why. Okay, I see what was going on now. So we want this connected to that. All right. I got a little confused there, but it's all right.
points have disappeared because we're now saying replace those points with whatever is in that instance input. So I'm going to take my geometry
and drag it
from
to
my
instance.
object info and drag it into the instance. And look,
Geometry. Drag it to the instance. And then look at that little tiny little sprinkles everywhere.
at that. We have got our spheres appearing all over it. And if I increase the density, we've got sprinkles. And if I do a render, it will actually display.
Ugh.
Doesn't look very good. Hey, but
Looks like
it does
mold.
work, which is the main thing right now. Okay, so first things first, you'll notice that as we increase the density, first problem is that they're crowding each other. They are straight up overlapping each other with no respect for its fellow sprinkle, right? Because it's just a random distribution. So we can change that by going here in our distribute points on faces,
Okay.
change it from random
Blech.
distribution to Poisson disc distribution.
Disc. Poisson. Croissant. Croissant. Poisson disc. Poisson disc.
Poisson. What a name. So it's changed, but that's just because it's changed your density max. So just increase it again. With this Poisson disc distribution, you get this extra value here, distance min. So now if we can set a low value, we can start to delete. It's almost like each one of those points now is going to have a little radius around it.
Okay.
And if it detects a point within that radius, it's going to delete it. So we just need to increase it slowly, very, very slowly, until we can't see them intersecting anymore. To about there, honestly. If you go too high, like if you really wanted to make sure they weren't touching, you go really high, but it starts to look like too evenly spaced, you know? Like, yeah, it's
No.
not actually registering the other objects. It's like it's just doing this little radius thing, which just happens to be perfect for a ball-shaped object, but it's not like an advanced, like it's going to try to fill in all the gaps for you. So yeah, you just kind of, I usually set it to like a little bit of clipping is okay, but I don't want there to be too much.
Okay.
But let's go, yeah, something, I don't know, something like that. We'll actually adjust this later on. I'm just doing it just for this point.
Okay.
All right, a much bigger problem, if I hit Control Tab to go full screen here.
Yeah, it's like, hold on. Yeah, let's do that. So raise the density max. Right? Oh, I have to really crank this. Okay. That's good enough, I guess. And he has it to like, what did he have to? 0. Okay, 0.012. All right. Let's do 0.012. All right, that's fine, I guess. And then we're gonna keep following him.
Just kind of, I usually set it to like a little bit of clipping is okay, but I don't want there to be too much. But let's go, yeah, something, I don't know, something like that. We'll actually adjust this later on. I'm just doing it just for this point. All right, a much bigger problem, if I hit Control Tab to go full screen here, if I look
Control Tab. Control Tab. Well, let me go full screen, but you know what? It's fine. Who cares?
at my mesh, I've got sprinkles everywhere. And in fact, I've actually got sprinkles underneath the icing. And that's not good because it's actually going to put that in the render. Even though you won't see it, your computer is going to use resources to render little individual balls underneath the icing, which is not what we want, obviously. So
we're calling on all late-night
Ow.
coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, and especially square peg and a round hole type thinkers to shape the only force created in the 21st century.
So consider this your invitation.
All Wi-Fi works in
Yeah, that's gonna
every
get me to go into
room,
the
even
military.
the
Yeah.
basement. Creepy down there, but true. Does this help? No, that actually makes it way worse.
Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi
Uh-huh,
on the Xfinity
yeah,
10G
cool.
network.
going back here, what we need to do to fix this is we need to do weight painting. Okay.
Weight painting.
It's not texture painting. It's a special thing called weight painting. So with your icing selected, if you go from your object mode, you'll see one there called weight paint. Now your mesh will become blue and
Wait, hold on. I just missed out what he just said because my cat just got on my lap. Cat, you're on the wrong side of my leg. Hold on, it's fine.
balls underneath the icing, which is not what we want, obviously. So going back here, what we need to do to fix this is we need to do weight painting. Okay. It's not texture painting. It's a special thing called weight painting. So with your icing selected, if you go from your object mode, you'll see one there called weight.
Okay, so selecting, I'm in object mode. I'm selecting my icing, and then I'm selecting the weight paint. I like freaking. Okay, thank you. That's nice. I like that. It's a bit better. All right. Select my icing. And go to weight paint. And now it's blue for some reason.
Paint. Now your mesh will become blue, and weight paint is actually referenced in multiple parts of Blender. Like if you're doing rigging and animation, you would use weight painting a lot during the rigging step to assign values to certain bones. Essentially what it's doing is it's allowing you to paint a value between 0 and 1 onto any part of the mesh and then reference that however you want. So we can then reference that weight paint mask in our geometry nodes and use this almost as, well, exactly as a mask for our sprinkles.
Okay.
So if we just do some paint right here on it, you'll see that we have some colors, right? Now, these colors aren't going to appear in the render. It's just for you to visualize those values. The blue value means a value of 0, and the red value is a 0 of 1. I believe actually in maybe not the next version of Blender, but maybe the version, I don't know, but they're planning to change the colors of this. So depending on the value, on how late watching this you are, your colors might be different here, but it should be the same. Essentially, you should have a brush of 1, and you should be able to paint from 0, which would give a blue value in this case, to a value of 1. So whatever is 1, whatever is red, is where our sprinkles will go. But you'll notice that this is not having any effect. Okay, so we need to reference it. Now, that weight paint that we just did is actually, if we go to our data tab here, it's actually a vertex group. Okay, so that's where that
hold up. I need to rewind a bit.
Your colors might be different here, but
painting.
it should be the same. Essentially, you should have a brush of 1, and you should be able to paint from 0, which would give a blue value in this case, to a value of 1. So whatever is 1, whatever is red, is where our sprinkles will go. But you'll notice that this is not having any effect. Okay, so we need to reference it. Now,
tab. I keep pushing the wrong button. No, that's edit mode. Go from that to that. So we go back and then push tab. Okay, you know what? Whatever, it's fine. Then we're gonna go. Wait, no. We're gonna go back here and
that weight paint that we just did is actually, if we go to our data tab here, it's actually a vertex group. Okay, so that
go to our data tab. Okay, vertex group.
That's where that paint went. So you could actually create multiple weight paint types just by like creating them here. But we've just created one and it's added one here for us. So we can give it a name by double clicking it, and let's call it Sprinkle
Mask. Sprinkle Mask.
Mask. Okay. In fact, is it a mask? It's more of a density, sprinkle density, I guess.
Oh, I'm sorry, sprinkle density. Sprinkle density. Sprinkle density. Next.
Masking out. Anyway, all right, sprinkle density. Okay, and where I want to reference this in my geometry node stack is in the distribute points on faces. There is one value here called density
points on faces. Okay.
Factor, which we got when we used the Poisson disk thing. And this is just a value of 0 to 1. Very convenient. So if I drag out from here and then release, I can add in a new node and it'll just automatically connect it. And the node that you're looking for is called the named attribute.
All right. So I'm going to click and drag from density factor. And then, what did you just say? Named attribute. Named attribute. Okay, now what?
Don't feel bad if you're like, well, how would I know that it's called the named attribute? Because it's called vertex groups over here. You think like, okay, I'm going to type in vertex group, but it's an attribute, but it's one of many attributes, and geometry nodes can do many things, so it's just called the named attribute. So anyways. All right, so underneath name, we're just going to click that box and you'll get a pop-up or pop-down, and you're looking for sprinkle density.
Okay. Box, sprinkle density. Okay, and what next?
And there it is. Haha. So now going back into weight paint mode, we can act like an artist and put the sprinkles wherever we want, sprinkles on our donut, which is really cool. So sprinkles are typically, they're like on a plate, and then the wet donut with icing on it is just like dabbed onto it.
Yeah,
that's so you get like a heavy amount of sprinkles right on the top like that, and then less around the sides. And then I usually do like a few like dabs like this.
Okay, so we're gonna go into weight paint mode. Wait, something's not right. Is it Shift H? No, hold up. Something's not right. Wait, hold on. Why is it hiding the mask? Why is there a hiding mask when I'm in the weight paint mode? Because now, yeah, it's the icing, but it's also hiding them. It's not what I wanted to do. Hold on. You, Control Z. Control Z. Something's not right. I'm doing something wrong. Why am I? So I've hit a.
And there it is. Haha. So now going back into.
So should I just be clicking on that? Why is it still hiding it? Wasn't there a way to unhide it? I can't remember. Oh, there's a hotkey for that. Hold on. I don't remember. Does he have the sheet here for me? Keyboard shortcut cheat sheet. God, hide, unhide. Alt H. H. Okay, there we go. That's better. Okay, we fixed it. So we're just gonna, put all these sprinkles on. Up that radius a bit. Oh, that's better. Oh yeah, look at that. Ah, if I click, it's better. But now I got the desired effect of like the little dots at the sides. Now it's actually work. That works. All right. All right. Okay, get rid of that.
The weight paint mode, we can act like an artist and put the sprinkles wherever we want. Sprinkles on our donut, which is really
did I
cool.
have the strength down? I did. Okay, that makes sense. You know, it's fine. I like the way it looks anyway with all the sprinkles and whatnot.
So sprinkles are typically, they're like on a plate, and then the wet donut with icing on it is just like dabbed onto it. So you get like a heavy amount of sprinkles right on the top like that, and then less around the sides. And then I usually do like a few like dabs like this.
Fine.
Just for some variance. And then also if you hold down Control, that will do so the weight that's being painted is 1, but if I hold down Control, it's going to do a negative value.
Okay.
And I can adjust my strength there as well. And I can just do some negative paints across it. Maybe a couple here as well.
That looks so shitty.
And I'm trying to deliberately make it look choppy, because I find that if you make it look too like uniform, then it just looks very boring and artificial.
Oh.
Because the real world would have more sprinkles collecting in certain areas than others.
I mean, it depends on how you dab the donuts, I guess, but it's like, whatever. Control, we're also going to lower that strength a bit. Okay. Let's do a good one right there. Boom! Like that little colony out. Okay.
Others, right? Maybe it's just like wetter on that part, right? So more would stick to it. Or more force was put on that part of the plate as the donut was dabbed into it, right?
Bah.
You just kind of have to think of this stuff, because in the digital world, it's far too easy to make something that looks predictable and boring, and we don't want that. But there we go. Something like that. And you could obviously finesse it and make it better than what it is, but that's what we've got. You'll notice Each of these spheres have a very jagged looking shape, and that's because the sphere itself down here. Oh, I don't think I mentioned this. If you want to quickly zoom to an object without having to find it and pan around, number pad period key. Probably should have mentioned that before.
Number pad period key. So click the sphere. Oh, he's in object mode. Hold on. Number pad period key. Yeah, do that, and then number pad period key, right? It's not. It's probably somewhere around in there. Ah, there it is. It's right there. Okay, well, regardless, what am I doing next?
But we haven't really needed it because we have not worked with that many objects.
Cursor needs to be in the 3D view. Oh, okay. 3D view. Oh, like out here? Control. Wait, what did he say? Okay, I forgot what the key was.
Something like that. And you could obviously finesse it and make it better than what it is, but that's what we've got. You'll notice each of these spheres have a very jagged looking shape, and that's because the sphere itself down here. Oh, I don't think I mentioned this. If you want to quickly zoom to an object without having to find it and pan around, number pad period key.
Okay, just
Probably should have.
So have it selected, then out here, then number pad delete. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. All right, thank you. All right, now what am I doing next?
I mentioned that before, but haven't really needed it because we have not worked with that many objects. But that'll focus to that object. If you're on a laptop, by the way, if you hold down the tilde key, that'll bring up this section here, and then you've got view selected right there. So tilde is that key underneath your escape key. But anyways, so this is what our sphere looks like. So right click, shade smooth, and now all those sprinkles have a shade smooth.
Hold on. You just went too fast for me.
But haven't really needed it because we have not worked with that many objects. But that'll focus to that object. If you're on a laptop, by the way, if you hold down the tilde key, that'll bring up this section here, and then you've got view selected right there. So tilde is that key underneath your escape key. But anyways, so this is what
tilde underneath my escape. What? Oh, that thing. All right.
Our sphere looks like. So right click, shade smooth.
All right, right click, shade smooth. All right, and then oh yeah, look at all the sprinkles are all nice and smooth, like they're supposed to be.
And now all those sprinkles have a shade smooth. Haha, very nice. All right, now let me just show you a quick little issue that you might run into. If you were to duplicate your donut and create two, and then on the second donut you're like, hey, I want to have some spice in my scene. I don't want to have the exact same count of sprinkles across both donuts. Let's give a different value to this one over here. Well, you can see that they are now sharing the same value because this node group here is being linked across both objects. But if you wanted, I mean, you could make it its own single object so that they're not linked. But if you wanted everything else to remain the same, so that let's say you change the sprinkle at some point, that's preserved across it. But that one value you want to be different across multiple objects, you can expose it. So just like what I did at the start, if I drag out from the value I want to expose, and then I put it up to here in my group input, the empty slot, if I just release it, it's now disappeared, the value's disappeared from here, and it's now appeared in my modifier stack over here. And now I can put in a different value. So this has now got a value of 2000, and this one is 500. So essentially, by dragging it out and exposing it, it's essentially removing the value from this node setup and saying this is its own separate thing, which is independent per object. And it has a two birds, one stone kind of effect that it makes it more accessible. So in a completely different part of Blender, I'm working on my scene and I'm just very quickly giving different sprinkle amounts to different donuts, right? Like a madman, right? No one can stop me. But yeah, very cool. And that's now exposed. Oh, the other thing we probably want to do though, with that this group input here, is I want to give it a different name because
I should probably do this. So I'm gonna need it along down the road.
But anyways, so this is what our sphere looks like. So right click, shade smooth, and now all those sprinkles have a shade smooth. Haha, very nice. All right, now let me just show you a quick little issue that you might run into. If you were to duplicate your donut and create two, and then on the second,
let's say I want to duplicate this donut. So Shift D and then wait, that's no. Delete. Shift D. Why is it? No, that's not right. Something's not right. Hold on. Oh, I click on this, maybe? Shift D? Wait, why is it only copying that? Instead of everything else. Hold on, something's not right.
donut, you're like, hey, I want up this section here, and then you've got view selected right there. So tilde is that key underneath your escape key. But anyways, so this is what our sphere looks like. So right click, shade smooth, and now all those sprinkles have a shade smooth. Haha,
Okay.
very nice. All right, now let me just show you a quick little issue that you might run into. If you were to duplicate your donut and create two, and then
Why is it not copying? What? Oh, like that. Okay. Maybe that's why. So I forgot the key. You just pressed.
all right, now let me just show you a quick little issue that you might run into.
Click Shift
If you were to duplicate your donut
Shift
and
D. All right. But oh, I'm not pushing the right. Wait, it's still not copying everything. What am I doing? Something's. Why is it not? Okay, right click the donut and object list and select all with the sub items. Okay. What? Hold on. Select hierarchy button selections. Okay. Select hierarchy. Oh, okay. Thank you. So then Shift D. Ah, there we go. I got my. No, I want to. I want to raise it. No, I want to. Z. What's a freaking. Okay, that's fine. Okay. No. No. Okay. Oh, that's right. There we go. All right. Oh, wait. How do I? I did something wrong. Donut object is parent. I assume, but they're all still separate objects. Okay. Now I'm struggling to move the object. Please. Okay, so it's fine. It's fine. G. No. I want Control C. Well, it's not even gonna stay there. So you know, it's fine. We'll just do that. Then then we're moving on.
two, and then on the second donut, you're like, hey, I want to have some spice in my scene. I don't want to have the exact same count of sprinkles across both donuts. Let's give a different value to this one over here. Well, you can see that they are now sharing the same value because this node group here is being linked across both objects. But But if you wanted, I mean, you could like, make it its own single object so that they're not linked. But if you wanted everything else to remain the same, so that let's say you change the sprinkle at some point, that's preserved across it. But that one value you want to be different across multiple objects, you can expose it.
Let go of it and just use G again. You must have clicked something twice, putting a different view, different movement mode. Okay. Ah, I see. There we go. Oh, and then when I want to attach it to an axis, okay, I see. It's it's gonna be wonky. It's gonna be wonky. It's fine. Okay.
So just like what I did at the start, if I drag out from the value I want to expose, and then I put it up to here in my group input, the empty slot, if I just release it.
Wait, what? Hold on, which one is he?
It's now disappeared. The value's disappeared from here, and it's now appeared in my be different across multiple objects. You can expose it.
Points on
so
faces.
Just like what I did at the start, if I drag
I'm
out
dragging
from
the density to max. Distribute point on different faces. And then dragging over here. So over here now.
I want to expose, and then I put it up to here in my group input, the empty slot. If I just release it, it's now disappeared.
No, it should have disappeared. Which it did, yeah. And now it's over. Okay, it's over here. I think. Doesn't look the same. Okay, I'm on dicing. Where's my... Oh, there we go. Okay, and then do that.
The value's disappeared from here, and it's now appeared in my modifier stack over here. And now I can put in a different value. So this is now got a...
Wait, hold on. I just missed that.
And then I put it up to here in my group input, the empty slot. If I just release it, it's now...
Icing 01 geometry nodes. And then I go to here. No. What?
Disappeared. The value's disappeared from here, and it's now appeared in my modifier stack over here. And now...
What? Hold on. Let's see if we can figure this out. Ah, we go to modifiers. There we go. Then I can change that. Okay, cool. Now I can change the density on that to a different one from that one. All right.
I can put in a different value. So this has now got a value of 2000, and this one is 500. So essentially, by dragging it out and exposing it, it's essentially removing the value from this node setup and saying this is its own separate thing, which is independent per object. And it has a two birds, one stone kind of effect that it makes it more accessible. So in a completely different part of Blender, I'm working on my scene and I'm just very quickly giving different sprinkle amounts to different donuts, right? Like a madman, right? No one can stop me. But yeah, very cool. And
all right, so now we can get rid of the other donuts. All right. Now we're going to... Hold on. Up to my sprinkles. Oh, it did delete that? Hold on.
That's now exposed. Oh, the other thing we probably want to do though with that this group input here is I want to give it a different name because density...
Wait, hold on. I just screwed up something. Hold on, it's... Control Z. Oh, yeah, okay, I see. That's where I screwed up. All right. Oh, we want to go to... No. Oh, we go to layouts. What? Oh, did it just crash? Mother. Cover last session. Oh, I lost all my progress. You know what? That was bound to happen. I'm sure that happens to other people as well. You know, it's fine. Or maybe, hold on. Hate to see it. You know, it's fine. Oh, wow. I lost. How far back did it? Okay, good. Now we have to read. We have to check if you have an auto-saved version. How do I... Hold on. File. Where would that be? Exports. Open. Autosave. Okay. Today at 12:23? No, this one. Ah, there we go. Perfect. Thank you. Jesus Christ. We know I'm going to save right now, actually. Okay, there. Oh my god, thank you so much. Oh, I would have lost my shit. Okay. So, I don't know what caused it to crash, but hold on.
Density max, you know, not really that useful. I can call it.
Hold up.
But if you wanted everything else to remain the same, so that let's say you know change the sprinkle at some point,
okay,
that's preserved across it. But that one value you want to be
Save
different
off.
across.
I'm gonna have to get into a
objects,
habit of
you
that.
can expose it. So just like what I did at the start, if I drag out from the value I want to expose, and then I put it up to here in my group input, the empty slot, if I just release it, it's its own separate thing. Which, yeah, very cool. And that's now exposed. Oh, the other.
Okay, so we go to object mode. We have to hit. Okay. No, 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 no. I'm just gonna delete that. Nope. Okay. And this stay, yes, this all stay the same. Good. All right.
The other thing we probably want to do though, with that this group input here, is I want
Go to geometry. Okay, I'm still in. Okay, I'm still in geometry notes. Then you hold on. You changed it back to that.
to give it a different name because density max, you know, not really that useful. I can call it
Interface.
sprinkle density.
So you went no.
Right. So now it's like a and that's now exposed. Oh, the other thing we probably want to do though, with that this group input here, is I want to give it a different name because density max, you know, not.
Wait, how did I? Hold on. Okay, hold on. Okay, rewind it a bit. Rewind a bit.
But if you wanted, I mean, you could like, you know, make it its own single object so that they're not linked. But if you wanted everything else to remain the same, up to here in my group input. So essentially by dragging an effect that it makes it more accessible. So in a completely different part of Blender, I'm working on my scene and I'm just very quickly giving different sprinkle amounts to different donuts, right?
Okay.
Like a madman, right? No one can stop me. But yeah, very cool. And that's now exposed. Oh, the other thing we probably want to do though, with nodes. That this group input here, is I want to give it a
Group
different name because density max, you know.
So oh, I see. So clicking on that. Then wait. Oh. How is he doing? Hold on. Yeah, I see. If people can lost my idea. Hold on.
Put here is I want to give it a different name because density max
Interface. Where is that interface coming from? It's over here, isn't it? Oh, I should be clicking on a donut. Duh. Okay, so click on a donut. Icing. Modifiers. Icing. And it's modifiers. Geometry notes. Okay. Right? No, donut sub. What? Wait, there's a little thing on the side of the GeoNodes area that will open up a side panel. Okay, hold on. It's a little, like, okay. On the side of the GeoNodes area. Oh, I see. Is that it? That will open up a side panel. Okay. Annotation on active data. Hold on. Then what? Use N and I keys to open up side panels in different Blender areas. Which is for the left or right. Oh, okay. Oh, and just seems to go back and forth. But okay, I see over here. All right, and then
not really that useful. I can call
hold on.
That's now exposed. Oh, the other thing we probably want to do though, with that this group input here, is I want to give it a different name because density max.
Density max. Change it to sprinkled. Sprinkle density. All right. Okay.
Not really that useful. I can call it sprinkle density, right? So now it's like a fully customized little node group that I could drop on any object. I could be building a car in the future, and I'm like, it needs sprinkles. And I can just drop this on it, and I've got a sprinkle density value for my car, right? So you can see how geometry nodes, you can build something really customized for what you want, and then it's just readily accessible every time you need to use it. Awesome. Okay. Now, one issue that I will show you with this, and actually it's not specific to geometry nodes, but this entire time for all these videos, we've been building a donut which is too big. So if you hit N in your properties, oh, that's the polygon thing, you can see the...
Hold on, okay, so... Also going to save, because... Nah, I'm going to be a save freak about it. So I'm hitting N in my properties? Where? Oh, wait, hold on. Is he back in... Oh, he's back in layout. All right. We go back to layout. And we hit N for properties. Okay.
Size, the dimensions of your donut is 1.2 by 1.2 meters, which for Americans... Oh, actually, yeah, you can change it. You could change your units to the wacky imperial one. Yeah, 4 feet, right? Okay. Which is way too big. Okay. Now, why does it matter, right? Because, like, okay, if you're looking at this...
Which is funny, that... Funny that he talks about N now, okay.
How are you to actually know that this is 1.2 meters rather than the regular size donut? It doesn't actually matter yet, but when we get to like rendering with depth of field, or maybe you want to import other objects from other scenes,
actually, hold on. I'm going to change that now, that value. Because I'm a filthy, stupid American.
Imperial one. Yeah, 4 feet, right? Okay. Which is way too...
And I use inches because we measure everything in football fields.
N in your properties, oh, that's the polygon thing. You can see the size, the dimensions of your donut is 1.2 by 1.2 meters, which for Americans, oh, actually, yeah, you can.
So he goes to thing like that. Scene. Okay, I'm already in that.
Change it. You could change your units to the wacky imperial.
Unit system. Unit system to imperial. There we go. Inches. Or feet. As that's how I like it.
material one. Yeah, 4 feet, right? Okay. Which is way too big. Okay. Now, why does it matter, right? Because, like, okay, if you're looking at this, how are you to actually know that this is 1.2 meters rather than the regular size donut? It doesn't actually matter yet, but when we get to like rendering with depth of field, or maybe you want to import other objects from other scenes, having a value that is actually true to the object will save you so much time, and it'll also make it so that your camera settings, etc., are actually correct. So that bit is very important. So essentially, we should resize this. And really, a real donut is about 12 centimeters, which is exactly 1/10 of what we've got right here. So if we select everything in the entire scene, which you can do by just hitting A for everything. I don't know.
Everything.
A for all. Yeah, that makes more sense.
A for all. Okay, then what?
It's okay. Then if we hit S to scale, okay, we're now in a scale.
Okay.
Oh, actually, okay. Well, now it's going to scale it, and the plane is going to be off the ground. Okay. All right. Well, let's not scale the lamp and the camera. So everything else, selecting the.
Okay, so we're going to scale everything else except for the light and camera. Then S, we're just going to still manage to get the light somehow. Okay, there we go. Shouldn't hold it. Control Z. All right. And then how far are we scaling
the
this
donut,
down?
the lamp, sorry, the donut, the plane, and the sphere. Then S, and then I want to scale it by exactly 10%. Now, how could I do that? Well, if you look in the top left-hand corner, you've got the values there. And if I went to 0.1, then it would be exactly 1/10 of what it was. But how can I get it exactly at 0.1? Well, 2 things. One, if you hold down.
Hold on. Okay, so hold on. S. 0.1. All right. We can make it even bigger or smaller. But if we invert it, then the donut does something weird. Okay. Regardless. Control Z. Oh, let's see. And what are we going to do?
Down control, when you're moving any value in Blender, it'll move it in increments,
Wait, hold
which in this
key?
case, the values there. And if I went to 0.1, then it
Control Z includes undoing selections. Okay.
would be exactly 1/10 of what it was. But how can I get it exactly at 0.1? Well, 2 things. One, if you hold down control, when you're moving any value in Blender,
Okay, so if I'm holding it, moving it, then I hold control. Ah, there we go. Moves in exact increments. Okay. So now it should be scaled to just what it's supposed to be, right?
it'll move it in increments, which in this case is 0.1. But you can also actually just
0.1, right? I'm up. Right. Yes. Oh no, I'm at control. We need to go further. We need to go. Whoa. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Calm down. Oh jeez. Control Z. Oh god. Okay, let go. Control Z. Zoom out a bit. Select all that. S. Control. We want 0.1. There we go. Okay. It's so tiny.
type in the exact value you want, 0.1, and hit enter. And now, if we look at the size of our donut.
Hold on, it's off the ground though. Okay, okay, it looks like it's on the ground. Okay, good. It's good. All right, that's fine. Right click, we'll just cancel anything you're doing usually. Okay.
Click N, hit N. You can see it's 0.12 meters or centimeters, you know. Anyway, and that's great. But there is a problem. What you might notice, I mean, there's not a problem now, but when you change the scale or the rotation of an object, actually, it's only changed its its local scale. It hasn't actually applied it on a global level yet. So the sprinkle here and the donut have actually got a like pretend value. This scale is set at 0.2, and it's almost like it's saying to the scene, that's not its real scale. It's just been faked to be that size yet. It needs to be applied if you want to like confirm really that this is the true scale or rotation of the thing.
Okay.
And you do that by selecting the things and then hitting Control A.
Okay, hold up. Selecting the things. Control A. A, mate.
And then applying scale.
Okay. Select everything. Control A. Scale. And my sprinkles disappeared. What happened? Tell me.
Okay, so now we've done that, we can see something's changed. So our donut here with the sprinkles has now massively changed its density count. And the reason for this is that, if we go geometry nodes again, let's zoom in here.
Geometry nodes again. Let's zoom in here.
Let's look at it with this.
Let's look at it with this.
This density, this sprinkle density, is actually not the count of sprinkles.
Sprinkle density is not the count of sprinkle.
At all. It's the density in relation to the whole scene.
Okay.
And the way I think of it is like, okay, it's a weird visualization, but if you've got a car and it's driving along a highway, right, a certain amount of bugs are going to hit the windshield, okay? And the bugs could be defined by here. But the smaller the object is, right, you could have the same amount of bugs going across the highway, but if it was like a tiny Matchbox car, there's going to be very few bugs that's going to hit it, okay? So the density is kind of like the density of the world, and now that we've made the object smaller, there's only 3 sprinkles left. There's only 3 bugs that's hit the windshield of our donut here. So this value now needs to be much bigger. In fact, it needs to be exactly like if it was 6,000 before, it needs to be 60,000 now. But the problem is that it's not just a value here. The distance min value has also changed because this is also based on a real world value.
Okay.
So this now needs to be really small. So let's try 0.01. And that's actually...
Okay, so I need to make this number bigger. Maybe add a 0 right there. And then down here, we need to add a 0 in there. Maybe another one. That didn't do anything. Hold on, maybe he's going to go into detail.
pretty good, I think. There's a little bit of overlap, but that's roughly kind of what...
0.001 meters. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, maybe I need to up the number a bit as well. Let's make that like 6, 0. Okay, there we go. That looks better. Then that looks fine. All right. Then
what we want. And let's see if I can increase this. Yeah, so if I want this density to be really dense, yeah, I would have to increase it to a crazy number. Now, something I like to do personally, this isn't, you have to do this, but you notice how like this number is really large. And if I want to increase or lower my sprinkle value, and I'm in a different part of Blender, if I'm just dragging this value, it's having no effect because the range, like the scale of it is just so large. So what I actually do is I set it to a value that I think makes sense, which in this case is 200. And then whatever the value was before, it was 200,000, right? I do a math value inside of my geometry node setup between here and here. I do a math calculation to multiply that by the value that it needs to be, almost as like a scale adjustment. So you can do it with just one node, Shift A, Utilities, Math, and just drop it in here. Now the math, I said I want to multiply it, so I need to change it from add to a multiply.
I didn't know math was going to be a part of this. Jesus Christ.
Most versatile of any node. You can do all sorts of stuff, but multiply. So multiply, and it was 200,000 before. So if I want this value 200, then I just add 1,000. Yes, that's correct. Okay. So now I can very quickly change the scale of the sprinkles across the donut without having to like manually type in the value. I can just move it back and forth.
Kind of useful. Yeah, I'll do that.
Row 1. And that's actually pretty good, I think.
That's another skill useful for me to learn.
That's roughly kind of what we want. And let's see if I can increase this. Yeah, so if I... Now, something I like to do personally, this isn't... You have to do this, but you notice how like this number is really large. And if I want to increase or lower my sprinkle value, and I'm in a different part of Blender, if I'm just dragging this value, it's having no effect because the range, like the scale of it is just so large. So what I actually do is I set it to a value that I think makes sense, which in this case is 200.
Okay, so we're gonna set the value to, for me, it's probably gonna be like, we'll set the value to like 600. And then we're going to...
And then whatever the value was before, it was 200,000, right? I do a math value.
200,000. Okay.
Value inside of
Right, that looks right. Yeah, okay.
my geometry node setup, between here and here, I do a math calculation to multiply that by the value that it needs to be, almost as like a scale adjustment. So you can do it with just one node, Shift A, Utilities.
Okay, Shift A, Utilities, Math. Shift A, Utilities, Math. Cool. Then we multiply. And then we're going to...
Math. And just drop it in here. Now the math, I said I want to multiply it, so I need to change it from add to a multiply. And math is the most versatile of any node. You can do all sorts of stuff, but multiply. So multiply, and it was 200,000 before.
Yeah.
So if I want this value 200, then I just add 1,000.
1,000. All right, so I'm going here. 1,000. Ah, there we go. And then I could just try that. And now I'm just gonna, yeah, there we go. Cool. All right. Okay.
And yes, that's correct. Okay. So now I can very quickly change the scale of the sprinkles across the donut without having to like manually type in the value. I can just move it back and forth. And there you go. So that's it. So we've changed the scale of it to what it should be.
Probably save this.
We've got a correct density. Sorry, we've got a correct sprinkle setup, looking good. In the next part, we are going to be adding long sprinkles to our donuts because this round one is okay. And I originally was just going to go round to try and keep it simple, but there's also, I don't know, the long sprinkles just look way nicer. But you do have to do some different rotation math and stuff. So we're going to do that in a whole second video. So click here on the screen to learn all about that.
All right, part 7. Let's go. And it's an ad. What is it for?
Suspension.
Wow, car. I don't care about because I don't drive.
Configurable terrain response. Effortless in the extreme.
Mobile games are
Oh my
going
god,
big.
Clash of Clans. Don't care, 'cause I don't play mobile games.
We've got round sprinkles. Why not long sprinkles? It'll be more interesting.
Sprinkles. Sprinkles.
And it'll enable us to learn some new techniques about Blender, which is what this whole series is about. So first things first, we need to model those sprinkles. So let's move to the left here, and we want.
Okay, we're gonna move to the. Oh wait, we go back to layouts. We're gonna go to the left here. The left. What are we gonna do?
Want to add an object. We haven't mentioned it before, but when you add an object, it's going to put it at your 3D cursor. And your 3D cursor is that thing, that weird little thing, little crosshair at the bottom there. Okay. That's your 3D cursor. And yeah, I don't know, Blender has a 3D cursor, maybe other applications don't. It's going to put it there. And if you don't want it there, you can move that 3D cursor somewhere else by hitting Shift and right-clicking, and you can...
We're going to Shift and right-click. Yeah, we put it right there.
See, it's now moved it and actually attached it to the plane, which is where we would want it. If you don't have a mouse, do get a mouse. But in the interim,
seriously,
you can also use
you don't have
the
a mouse, what are you doing
tool, and that'll do the same thing. All right, so we're adding long sprinkles. So obviously the object that we want to add is Shift-A, Mesh. It's the cylinder. Okay.
Okay, so Shift-A, Mesh, and cylinder.
Too big by default. So let's click this little thing, bring this up, change the radius all the way to its lowest and the depth all the way to its lowest as well.
All right.
And the
change radius and depth to its lowest. All right. And then what?
Vertices. That's the like the resolution, right? Oh, we'll fix that in a sec. The resolution would be way too high at 32 to be scattered on an object. So let's set this to 12, and that'll be
12. We're gonna set it to 12. We're gonna just hold on. We're just gonna. We're getting there. I can't zoom any further. Why can't I? Interesting. Yeah, it's fine.
Enough that it won't look jagged and it'll look smooth. Okay, great. Now I'm going to move this up just so it's above the plane. Z. Okay. Now
up so it's above the plane. G. No. Okay. Control Z. I just want that. Then Z. Ah, right. Why is it not going up? Oh, wait. And then Y. No. X. No. Okay, grab. Closer, and then X. No. Z. Why is it? Why are you being so difficult? What am I? Okay. G, Z. How do I click? G. Go up. Go up. You mother fudger. It just wants to. You little fudger. See, it doesn't. I'm pressing C, but it's not. It's moving along the X and Y. What the hell? Okay. Let go. Where did it just go? Control Z. Ah, I see. Because it's doing that scaling thing where it's just you have the magnetron. Oh, the magnetron. Oh, that might be interfering with motion, moving something off the surface. Oh, you're right. Oh yeah, there we go. Then hold on, we'll do that. Pull it closer. There we go, much better. All right. I forgot I even had the magnet turned on. That probably explains a lot. Okay. Moving on.
This problem that you have, if you go in too far, it disappears. The reason for that is that Blender has a clipping start value. And because we're working at such a small scale, we've got sprinkle-sized things now, it's too small and it's clipping it out. So if you hit N and go to your View tab, the clip...
Okay, so I'm going to hit N and go to our View tab.
Start value there, it's 1 centimeter by default. Drag it all the way to the left and it's now 1 millimeter, and it will
clip start value all the way to the left. There we go. All right, and then
I've fixed that. I don't know why it's not the default. Like, maybe somebody can tell me why is that not the default value. Maybe there's a reason, but to me that would make sense because then you never have this problem.
Control.
I don't know any disadvantages.
I might have been accidentally.
Anyway. We've got the base of a sprinkle. Need to make it long, so tab into edit mode, S, scale it.
Ow. All right, hold on. So hold on, wait, I got distracted there. Hold on.
We've got the base of a sprinkle. Need to make it long, so tab into edit mode.
Tab into edit mode. And then
S, scale it Z along the Z axis to elongate it. And now we've got the...
No, wait. I'm going to put S to scale it along Z axis. Elongate it. Okay.
Rough length of a sprinkle. But how long is a sprinkle? There's no actual answer to that. If you look at reference, they are all over the place. The government evidently never stepped in and said, like, we're going to regulate it. This is the length of a sprinkle. This is the size of a sprinkle. I mean, it's the Wild West out there. They're doing crazy things. So
turned off and use control moving things if you need to snap into a surface. Okay.
What that means as artists is we get to pick whatever is most visually pleasing. And I like the ones which are more readable. And to show you what I mean, if we pull up 2, right? This one on the left is like large sprinkles, right? Very like bold, and the ones that look like they get stuck in your teeth. And if we zoom out on this and then zoom out on this, you can see that the ones on the right tend to kind of like the colors and everything just kind of blur together and it just looks like a donut. Whereas the one on the left, the sprinkles are still readable.
Yes.
So that's what we mean by readable, and that's the one I like the most. So we're going to go with some larger looking long sprinkles.
Yeah.
But you can see that the sizes, there's no standard size because I think it's actually like it's from a piping bag, at least if you make them at home, but you can just pipe out icing and then when it dries, you just smash it up and it becomes sprinkles. But yeah, they just come out at any odd size. So we got long ones, we got medium ones, we got short ones, and we've even got some curvy looking ones, right? These little like just slightly bent-ish looking ones. So we're going to model small, medium, large, and a bent-ish looking one, and then we're going to scatter that across the object.
Every time you feed your pet, you help feed a shelter pet, which helps make them healthy, happy, and more adoptable.
Yeah.
Changing their life forever, so they can change yours. Science did that.
Sure, science did. Yeah, amazing.
There's no better time than now for a getaway to Great Wolf Lodge.
So back in Blender, this is going to be, this will be the short one, okay?
Okay, we're gonna make it Okay, I guess we're making it short now. Oh god, what? Okay, hold on. No, that's too small. What? Control Z. Let's just leave it as is. You know.
But the end, speaking of which, this end bit here, it's a very sharp edge. And even if we hit shade smooth, it's not going to solve it. We want that like a rounded form to it, not this horrible blobby looking shape. Because the reference, again, you can see, oh, it's a different reference now, is a rounded shape. All right. So to create that rounded form, we're going to create a bevel. And so I want you to go into face select mode.
Okay, we're going into. Can I get closer than this now? I'm actually starting to realize this. No, it's fine. Whatever. Oh, my thing loops around. Oh, interesting. Okay. All right. Yeah, okay, okay, this actually is a problem. Oh, there we go. Oh, okay. Yeah, I figured it out. Cool. We're good. We're good. All right, so we're going to select face.
Okay, which you can do by that. So this is the face.
Press number plus to move the camera pivot to your object. Then you can zoom in on it easier. Okay, let's try that first. Like, hold on. Let's go back to this. No, wait. Number pad plus sign. With the camera pivot, point to your object, then you can zoom in on easier. Okay, I see. Okay, going back to this. What are we doing?
Faces, right? This is the edges. If you go to edge select mode, and then this is the face there. So select the bottom and the top face like that, and then we're going to add.
Hold up, we're going to select the bottom. And the. Hold on, how do I. Number pad, period. Oh, okay. Okay, then we're going to select that. And then shift that. So now I have them both selected, right? Yes, okay. Okay. Then like that. And that. Okay, they're both selected, just making sure. And then what are we doing?
Add a bevel, which will immediately become clear when you do it. Control B. And now that we're in this state, as we pull out, we can change the amount of the bevel. And this is, you can see it's like, yeah, it's just adding a 45-degree angle on that corner there. But if you scroll up, it's going to add another level to it. And if you scroll up again, it's going to add another level to that. So we can very quickly create a rounded edge to the sprinkle. You don't want to go too much high because, again, this is going to be scattered.
Okay, so I completely forgot what he just said.
And now that we're in this state, as we pull out, we can change face select mode, okay, which you can do by that. So this is the faces, right? This is the edges, if you go to edge select mode, and then this is the face there. So select the bottom and the top face, like that. And then we're going to add a bevel, which will immediately become clear when you do it. Control B.
Okay, Control B. Control B. Oh, okay. Okay, and then scroll wheel. Oh, there we go. Wow. Cool. But What are we doing?
And now that we're in this state, as we pull out, we can change the amount of the bevel. And this is, you can see it's like, yeah, it's just adding a 45-degree angle on that corner there. But if you scroll up, it's going to add another level to it. And if you scroll up again, it's going to add another level to that. So we can very quickly create a rounded edge to the sprinkle. You don't want to go too much high because, again, this is going to be scattered all over the donut. You don't want to go too high poly. So that'll do. So that's a simple bevel.
Okay, yeah, like that. All right, now what?
Operation, and it's very common when you're modeling. So yeah, control.
Too late now. Nope. You know, it's fine. I'm living with it. Mine's gonna look like a pill. You know what? It's fine. Who cares?
Control B is how you do that. All right, so look at that. We've got one sprinkle. So now we.
Oh, and then I need to smooth it. I forgot. Hold up. How did he just do it? Hold on. Let's just rewind a bit.
Rounded edge to the sprinkle. You don't want to go too much high because, again, this is going to be scattered all over the donut. You don't want to go too high poly. So that'll do. So that's a simple bevel operation, and it's very common when you're modeling. So yeah, Control B is how you do that. All right, so look at that. We've got one sprinkle.
Key did he just hit?
So now we will need to create. That'll do. So that's a simple bevel operation, and it's very common when you're modeling. So yeah, Control B is how you do that. All right, so look at that. We've got one.
Or maybe, oh, did I never? Oh, I might not have ever done it. Right, never mind. Okay, tail? Okay. Shade smooth. There we go. Okay, there, perfect. All right.
Sprinkle. So now we will need to create 3 more. So this is the small. So let's go Shift D and then X to just move it along the X-axis.
Okay. Shift D, then X just to move along the axis, and then
this is going to be the medium one. So edit mode, and I'm going to go into toggle wireframe and vertice select mode.
Okay, hold on. I just object shade. Okay, yeah. Okay.
So now we will need to create 3 more. So this is the small. So let's go Shift D and then X to just move it along the X-axis. Okay. This is going to be the medium one. So edit mode, and
we need to go to edit mode. And then
I'm going to go into toggle wireframe.
Toggle X-ray or Y-frame or whatever you said.
And vertice select mode.
Okay, vertice select mode. Then.
And now selecting the top part of the sprinkle, hit G, Z, and I.
Okay. Selecting the top part of the sprinkle, hit G and then Z. Oh. Cool. I can just grow it. I grew it like a tree.
And I'm going to move, oops, if you've got proportional editing, turn that off. G, Z, move that up. Okay, that'll be the medium one. Yep. And now Shift D, X, move it along.
Okay, and then Shift D. Oops. Cancel. I'm gonna select everything. I said select everything. Shift D, move it over. Hold on, no. Crap. And then X. So it stays along the axis. There we go. Then I assume we're doing the same thing, so grab just the top half. G, and then Ooh. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Oh, I broke it. Oh, because when it wraps around, right? Okay. Make it bigger. Yeah, small, medium, large. All right.
This is going to be the long one, so edit mode, and again, G, Z, move it up, and this is going to be the long sprinkle.
Okay.
I'm going to go too long, maybe that long, okay. And then I want to make a bent sprinkle that's slightly like curved.
Bent.
So Shift D, X, move it across.
Okay. Shift D. X. Oops. Oh, no, I'm still holding cancel. G. X. Move along. And then.
And now with this one, if I was to try to like curve this out, there's not enough information here. Like if I move that, it's just a straight edge there. So if I want to make it curved, I got to have more geometry there. So like we've done in the past, Control R is how you create a loop cut. So when you do that, it says
Control R? I don't remember that. Yeah, it's fine. Control R? So you make a loop cut. There, I'm assuming. Oh. So we're just going to put it in the middle? Hold on.
Says where do you want to put it? I want more than one though, so I'm going to scroll up till I get yeah, just a bunch of loops.
Okay, that's fine. Hold on. Okay, undo that then. Control R, scroll up, so you have a bunch of them. Like, how many does he have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. Like that, I'm assuming.
Until I get what looks like square faces on those points, somewhere around that. I don't want to go too high poly. Yeah.
Oh,
like
wait, no, we don't want
What is that?
It's fine. We want square face. All right, so hold on. Control Z. Control R. So we get like square faces. That's yeah, that's good. All right. Then
that's in the bottom left-hand corner. 8 cuts. Okay.
oh,
Click. And
oh, it's too late now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh yeah, wait, who cares? Then
then it's saying where do you want to place it? Right click to cancel the movement so it places it right in the center. And now
wait, what?
Of loops until I get what looks like square faces on those points.
Okay.
Somewhere around that. I don't want to go too high poly. Yeah, like that. What is that? That's in the bottom left-hand corner. 8 cuts. Okay. Click, and then it's saying where do you want to place it? Right click to
Okay. Tell you where I want to place it. All right. Maybe I already did that. All right. Then
cancel the movement so it places it right in the center. And now, there we go. Okay. Now we've got this one over here that is just long and straight but low poly, and this one same shape but high poly. So
Okay.
to add a bend to it, in previous tutorials, I actually went into like edit mode and we did like proportional editing, and it was just complicated and it actually didn't look great. I've learned actually there's a modifier that'll do it very simply. Go to your modifier stack, add modifier.
modifier stack, add modifier. Wait, hold on. Something's not right.
You could find it inside
Hold on,
here.
hold on, back up.
So to add a
Why does he have
bend to it,
Hang
in
on.
previous tutorials, I actually
He has multiple cylinders, but I don't. Hold on, something's not right. Hold on, did I not do something?
went into like edit mode and we did like proportional editing, and it was just complicated and it actually didn't look great. I've learned actually there's a modifier.
Hold on.
Move it along the x-axis. This is going to be the medium one. So edit mode, and I'm going to go into toggle wireframe, and vertice select mode. And now selecting the top part of the sprinkle, hit G, Z, and I'm going to move, oops, if you've got proportional editing, turn that off. G, Z, move that up. Okay, that'll be the medium one. Yep. And now Shift D, X, move it along. This is going to be the long one.
Shift
So
D,
edit
X.
mode.
Yeah, I did that. So why do I only have one up here? I got this one. That's that one. But I got. Oh. How am I supposed to separate these into their own object? So now I have 3 objects acting as a single object. That's not good. Okay, I'll just start over. I don't care.
This is going to be scattered all over the donut.
Wait,
don't want to.
In edit mode, select one, and I believe it's P. Oh, P. Okay. Right. Okay, go to edit mode. P. Selection. Ah, there we go. Do that. Do that. P. Selection. That. P. Selection. All right. 2. Wait, so we got this one, 2. Which one? Object mode. All right, let's go to object mode. This 1, 2, 3. This is also 1, apparently. Oh wait, no, okay. Cylinder 0.2, 0.1, which they're out of order. You know what? Whatever's fine. 0.4. Where's 0.3? Wait, what? Let's just get rid of it. Okay, there we go. That, and that. All right. You have X-ray on, so you see all verts. Objects, no verts. All right, so well. All right, go back to edit mode. Okay, yep, that seems right. X-ray on, yep, okay. All right.
Go too high poly. So that'll, and then it's saying where do you want to place it? Right click to cancel the movement so it places it right in the center.
Okay.
And now, oh, there we go. Okay. Now we've got this one over here that is just long and straight but low poly, and this one same shape but high poly. So to add a bend to it, in previous tutorials, I actually went into like edit mode and we did like proportional editing, and it was just complicated and it actually didn't look great. I've learned actually there's a modifier that'll do it very simply. Go to your modifier stack,
Okay.
add modifier. You could find.
Okay, good. My modifier stack. Okay, go to object mode. Hold on. Object mode. Go to my modifier stack. Add modifier. Hold on.
So to add a bend to it, in previous tutorials, I actually went into like edit mode and we did like proportional editing, and it was just complicated and it actually didn't look great. I've learned actually there's a modifier that'll do it very simply. Go to your modifier stack, add modifier.
Add modifier.
You could find it inside here, or you could search for it, but it's the simple deform.
Okay. Add modifier. Search. Simple deform. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna assume it's not supposed to look like that.
Modifier. So add
Yep,
that.
there we go.
And by default, it is wrong. So change it from twist to bend.
Oh, okay. From this to band. Oh, there we go. Cool. Goes like crookedness to it.
We've got our sprinkle. Ha! And you can very easily, whoops, change the amount from a little.
Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle. I am a man child. Okay, that's good. Yeah, that's fine. That's perfect.
Little curve to a large curve. And I think somewhere around the 30-degree mark. You will notice though that it's like it's bent more at this angle, and that's because it's bending it according to the origin point. So you see these little dots? You might have wondered what they are in Blender. That's called your origin point, and it's used for a lot of things. Like if you rotate an object, you can see it's rotating from the point of that origin point. Like physics, a bunch of things use the origin point. The best way to
we're gonna save real quick, just because I do this all the time. I save so much.
think of it as like the center of mass for the object. So generally speaking, as a rule of thumb, you want it to be in the center of the object. And you can do it very quickly. You select multiple objects. You want to clear its origin point. Shift, select all of them, and then right-click, and then say Set Origin to Geometry.
I wasn't paying attention. Hold on. What's going on?
That origin point. Like physics, a bunch of things use the origin point. The best way to think of it is like the center of mass for the object. So generally speaking, as a rule of thumb, you want it to be in the center of the object. And you can do it very quickly. You select multiple objects. You want to clear its origin point. Shift, select all of them, and then...
All right. Shift, select. 2, 3, 4. All right, and then...
right-click, and then say Set Origin
Set
to
origin,
Geometry.
to geometry. All right. Set origin to geometry. Right click. Set origin to geometry. There we go. Perfect. Actually, that's a little too high, but you know what? Who cares?
And now you can see it's put it in the middle. And now our curve is actually based on the starting in the middle, which is what we want. So yay for us. Now I need to apply this or else the next part it'll go wonky. So apply your simple deform.
Then I need to click this one and then apply my simple deform. All right, now what?
So that it's actually realized onto the mesh. Okay, so going to your outline, you can see we started from humble beginnings, but we've now got too much going on, and it's all starting to get a little bit chaotic. So the way you organize things in your outline and in Blender. Okay, so going to your outline, you can see we started from humble beginnings, but we've now got too much going on, and it's all starting to get a little bit chaotic. So the way you organize things in your outline and in Blender generally is you can group things together by creating collections. So by default, we've actually got one collection already, just called collection, but we can create new collections by this little button in the top right-hand corner to create a new collection. And I want
what's it gonna say?
to create it outside of our, I mean, I don't actually know if we need, like, I don't know why it creates a collection for you. I mean, you could just, it's in the scene collections. Anyways, I don't know if we actually need that one. So we create a new collection just by hitting that, and we can double click it to rename it to be whatever it is we want. So
Sprinkles.
I'm going to call this Sprinkles.
Okay, so we're going to create a new scene, or a new collection. We call it Sprinkles. I gotta stretch my other leg. I'm sorry, cat. Ugh. Okay, it's fine. All right. Let me get my other leg in there, cat. Okay. Stretch. Oh. All right.
Okay. And because we have two types of sprinkles, we have the sphere round sprinkle, and then we have these long sprinkles, I'm going to create two other collections within this collection. So hitting new again, you can see it's placed it underneath it, and I'm going to call this one round, and then
I just
sprinkle.
zoned out again.
So I'm going to call this Sprinkles. Okay.
Right.
And because we have two types of sprinkles, we have the sphere round sprinkle, and then we have these long sprinkles. I'm going to create two other collections within this collection. So hitting new again, you can see it's placed it underneath it. And I'm going to call this one round.
Okay, hold on. Collection. Call this one round. Right. Yeah.
And then clicking sprinkles again, I'll add another collection. And this one I will call long. Oh,
okay.
Wait, sorry. This one. Long. There we go.
All right, then we're going to create another one. Call that one long or elongated. All right.
There we go. Okay, so to move something to a collection, you can do it one of two ways. One, you can select the sphere, which is the round. Remember, it's this little guy over here, the little tiny round sprinkle. You can just drag that into the that collection, and you can see it's now moved it there.
Okay. Drop that there. Okay. Next.
The other way is in your 3D viewport. If you select all of the objects that you want to move to a new collection, hit M, and it brings up this, and you just say move to the sprinkles long sub collection.
Okay, so Shift 1, 2, 3, 4. Right click. Move to collection. Sprinkles long. Okay, oh, cool. There we go. Perfect. Okay. How long have I been doing this for? I've been doing this for 3 hours. Not bad. All right. Let's keep going.
There we go. And now they're all moved there. And now this one here, if you wanted to give this a name, you could. We got the camera, we got the light, we got the plane. Yeah, you know what? Let's move our donut and our icing. Let's move that to a new collection as well. So M, and we can actually create a new collection from the move.
Okay, hold on. So we're gonna go donut icing. Hit M. Make it. What did he say to do? Hold on.
Options as well. So I'm going to go new, and let's call this dough. Let's say donuts because we're going to duplicate.
Donuts. M. We're gonna make a new country called Donuts. Oh, they're all getting organized. Delightful.
Duplicate it and make more donuts in the future. So donuts. Okay, great. So now this one here has got the camera, the light, and the plane. So I'm going to do what I sometimes do with a scene is just call this one ENV, which is for environment.
ENV? ENVIORMENT. Environment? No. Environment? Let's just go with ENV. I don't know how to spell it. Alright.
This is a tutorial. I'll actually just type it out. I'm not.
Oh, there is an end. Okay.
Environment. Okay, so we've got some organization in our scene so that as we add and grow our scene, it's not going to get too crazy. All right, so it's also good that we've created collections because we can now use that to scatter across the geometry nodes. So with our donut here, so the icing and the donut, we're going to create a duplicate, and this is going to be the variant with the long sprinkles. Okay. So Shift D and then hit X to move it.
Okay. Hold on, let me make sure I do this properly. Hold on.
Along the X axis. So it's just placed next to it. And then
wait, I actually got the plane. Hold on, this should be in there. You know, it's fine. All right. So hold on. No. All right. Shift. Right. 1, 2. No. 1, 2. Okay. And then D. Shift D. Then X. No, just X. There we go. Move it over. It's gonna be one of my sprinkles. Yeah, see guys, I can do it right there. All right, that's where it's supposed to be. Good.
And clicking your icing, you can see we've got the modifier stack that we created the geometry nodes on. And if we were to start tweaking this and make this look like long sprinkles.
Wait, what do you say to do?
So Shift D and then hit X to move it along the X axis. So it's just placed next to it. And then clicking your icing, you can see we've got the modifier stack that we created the geometry node.
Clicking on my icing. All right, now what?
It's on. And if we were to start tweaking this and make this look like long sprinkles, it would apply to this one over here because we can see that little number next to it. And that number, if you hover over it, I think we mentioned it before, but it displays the number of users sharing this data. So any change you make to this is going to be reflected on that one. So if we click the 2 button, it's now independent. So we'll now have 2.
Okay. So now we click on the modifier tab. Click on the 2. Comes on independent, mercenary, individual with their own rights.
2 different versions. So the one on the left, the original one, let's call that round sprinkles.
Oh shit. Okay. On the left, we're gonna call it. We're just gonna call it round sprinkles. Okay.
And the one on the right, let's call that one long.
Right. Call long sprinkles. Okay.
Long. Okay. Brain fart for a second there. Long sprinkles. Okay.
You're telling me.
And now, with that object selected, let's go back to the Geometry Nodes tab.
Okay.
Okay.
With that object selected, let's go back to the geometry nodes. Okay. Then.
All right, so make sure you're looking at the right object.
I am.
Make sure it's the one with long sprinkles in the name.
Okay, we're going to, and it says long sprinkles in the name. Got it.
And if we were to start editing here, we would have we would have made one big mistake, and it's because this is actually not the long sprinkles node setup.
Okay.
We click the pin button. Remember that? The pin means it's always going to be there, even if it's another object with.
Okay, we're gonna hit the pin button, and it's gonna always be there even if we select another object. Okay.
The different geometry node setup. So remember, yeah, it's a common mistake. You always do it. You forget you've got pin on, and then you start changing things, and it does the wrong one. So make sure you're looking at the one that has long sprinkles in the name. Okay.
Oh. Okay, make sure I'm looking at the one that has round sprinkles in the name. All right.
So the bit that obviously matters the most is this bit where it goes into our instance on point node, and we've currently got it connected.
Hold on.
Things, and it does the wrong one. So make sure you're looking at the one that has long sprinkles in the name. Okay.
My layout's a bit different from his, but okay, it's right here. Well, why don't I just start? Why am I drawing? What key did I just push? Oh, right. We're in annotate. Duh. Select box. All right. Do that. Let's organize this a bit. Alright. Okay, and then...
Okay, so the bit that obviously matters the most is this bit, where it goes into our instance on point node, and we've currently got it connected to
instance on point node? God, it's like a tangled mess of wires. Yeah, going into our instance. Alright.
a sphere. So, I mean, you could change that to another object, but that won't help us because we've got more than one object. We want to scatter 4 different objects across it. Okay. So we can delete that and instead just drag from your outliner. Don't just...
Okay. Don't just...
if you click on it, oh yeah, if you click off it, it's just going to disappear. So make sure you don't do it. You've clicked the icing, but you need to click and drag into your node.
So, need to delete that. Go over here. Grab our long sprinkles. Click and drag that over to here. And then I assume we drag that back into the instance? But no, let's see if that's what he says.
Node setup. And now it's got a collection info node rather than object info node. Drag that into your instance input, and nothing happened.
Okay. Do that. It's there. And, oh. That doesn't seem right. Hold on. Something is gone horribly wrong.
It has actually happened, but it's off center in a weird place. Why is it doing that? It's because of the way 3D software handles data. It's now doing it on its like global or local position, not relative to, anyway, it doesn't matter. What you need to do is check 3 boxes whenever you use collections to scatter. Separate, reset children. Now it's on the mesh correctly. And then you can see it's actually using.
Hold on, but that's, first of all, I got a problem that I don't understand. It's using both set of sprinkles when it should only be using one. Oh, because this is... oh, that's why. Oh, that fixed it. Alright. Never mind, I figured it out. I was able to problem solve. So we're going to separate and reset children, and look at that. It's like a bunch of worms or pills. Yeah, it looks like just a bunch of pills on my donut.
Using all 4 of them on each point. So then you click pick instance, and now it's going to use one of those, not all 4.
Okay. Pick instance. And then what? Huh? What? What now?
Together.
What?
Okay, so it's good. It's using it, but what's going on? Well, the reason this one was easier with its round sprinkles is that the rotation of the objects didn't matter because it was round. Now that we have long sprinkles, you can see the rotation matters, and it's currently screwed up. So how do we fix that? The first way, well, yeah, there's a number of things you need to do to make it work correctly. You'll see, is we want to take the rotation of the face. So the face of these mesh here, okay, we want it to affect the objects, right? So we take the output of our distribute points on faces, the rotation of that.
Okay, and
drag it into the rotation input of the instances.
Okay, distribution points on faces to instances on points. Rotation to rotation. And just, okay.
And now you can see it's having some effect. It's still not right, but that is because these sprinkles are currently just pointed upwards. So it thinks, okay, well, you want to point them all outwards. Anyways, to fix that, I mean, you could fix it you could actually fix it in geometry nodes. This is simpler. So if we just rotate those sprinkles along the x-axis, so R, X, right?
Okay, so hold on. We're going to grab these, rotate. Oh shit. Right click. Hold on. All right, hold on. Let's just 1, 2, 3. No. 2, 3, 4. Okay. rotate on the x-axis. Like that. Okay. Is that how I want them to be?
And then we just want to lie them down flat. So essentially 90
Flat.
degrees. You could type in 90 degrees or holding down.
I got them to... Oh. 91 is good enough. Alright, and then what?
Down control, we'll move it in 5-degree increments. Okay, so 90, and then do a single click. Okay, so why has that not worked? Well, it's because, as I mentioned before, when you're scaling or rotating things, it's not actually saved to the object. So to apply it, you have to go Control A and then say rotation. Now that we've done that.
Okay, so. Wait, hold on. What did he just say? So.
Single click. Okay, so why has that not worked? Well, it's because, as I mentioned before, when you're scaling or rotating things, it's not actually saved to the object. So to apply it, you have to go Control A and then say rotation.
Okay, so Control A and rotation. Control A, and rotation. Okay, that looks disgusting.
Now that we've done that, it's worked correctly. All right, so now you can see what I said by you need to do a lot to make it work correctly. The rotation is working, but it's not doing what you would expect, and that's because geometry nodes are so flexible, you have to tell it exactly what you want to do. We want actually random rotation. So around each of the points, we don't want to each have the exact same rotation, we need to randomize it. So for that, if you want to tweak the rotation on anything between this point here, on this dotted blue line, let's just move that out of the way, we need to add Shift-A, Utilities, Rotation.
Hold on. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, hold on.
Anything between this point here, on this dotted blue line, let's just move that up.
Yes. Oh, what did I just... Hold on, I messed up something. Oh, wait, no, I just have to click that. Okay. Get rid of that. Put it up there. Shoot there. Okay, now, what are we doing? What buttons are we
out the way? We need to add Shift-A, Utilities, Rotation.
Okay, so Utilities, Rotation.
Not Euler, Euler. Yes, I know.
Utilities, Rotation, Rotate, Euler. Shift-A. I'm pushing the wrong button. Okay, Shift-A, Utilities, Rotation, Rotate, Euler. Okay.
No, they went with the weird pronunciation. I think it was a Frenchman, right? Could be German. Doesn't matter. Same, right? Just to annoy all the Europeans. Anyways, rotate Euler, and we're just going to drop it on that line till it lines up. Okay, so nothing's happened currently, but with this, we could change the rotation of our sprinkles up here. But you'll notice that as you rotate it, it's kind of weird. It's not the rotation that you would expect for each point. It's the relative to the actual object as a whole, right? Which just means we need to change from object to local.
Okay.
And now, as you move it around, you can see we're able to rotate those sprinkles. But again, it's...
Oh, I can make them dance. Hold on. Cat, you're on... Okay, that's fine. So I gotta change that from object to local. And then we go, wee! Oh. Okay. Let's see.
It's not changing the randomizing it. It's giving a solid value. So to randomize it, if we drag out of the rotate by input and then type in random, it'll bring up this, and we're looking for random value.
Okay. So now we're gonna go down here. Go. Bring this out. Let go. Select. Type in rotate random? Is that what he said? No. Or he just said random value. There we go. All right, and then
click, and now we get this. Ooh. So this node looks kind of scary, right? It's got a whole bunch of
so
different
many
values
different
in it, and it
things.
says vector, and it's very, very foreign. It's actually easier to understand it from a float point of view. With the random value, if it's in a float,
it's gonna be easier to understand if it's in a float, like a boat on water.
State, it's going to generate a value from 0 to 1 on each point. So if you've got like 10 points, one of them is going to be like 0.015, one of them is going to be like 0.92, and one's, whatever. When it's in vector state, it's the exact same thing. You've got min and you've got max, but there are 3 values. And the reason for that is that there are 3 axes. There's the x-axis, there is the y-axis, and there's the z-axis. And same here, right? So you're able to define what type of rotation on each axis. So if we set both, and by the way, if you want to change multiple values at once in Blender, you can just click and drag down, and then you can change all of them. So we set all of them to 0, and now you could see this bottom one is going to be the Z, because it's X, Y, Z. It doesn't tell you, like, I don't know, because it's vector math, I guess there's other areas of Blender, anyway. But this is the Z axis. Okay. If we increase this one, you can see that's the main one that we want to change, right? Because that's the one that makes the most difference. Now, you might also know, looking at this, you're probably thinking like, okay, well, we need to rotate it by 360 degrees, so we would set this to 360. But you can see they're more than rotating fully already. So what value is this exactly? This is radians. Oh, just to get real. So radians, degrees. Actually, like, I had to ask ChatGPT.
I better go back to Vector because he's still on Vector. Dr. Vector, your mother.
Before I record this, what's the difference? Radians are more mathematical and easier for mathematical equations. It's the circumference.
Nerds.
No. 2 pi is the circumference. Look, obviously I don't know.
Nerd.
But what I'm trying to tell you is, you just need double pi to make it 360 degrees, which is actually tau. To make it really complicated, it's tau. So double pi. So pi is 3.142. Tau is double that. And anyways, you get the idea. So you can type in tau and it'll actually give you the correct value. So that's 360 degree.
Okay, so we're gonna go freaking nerd. Nerd. Also, I'm having to use my mouse with my left hand because my cat is blocking my right.
Rotation. We also want it, because you can see this is the other axis, like the middle one spinning around. So we also want it on that one, because we've got a curved one. So let's make that tau.
Okay.
And then this top one.
I'm not very good with using. I'm left-handed. I write with my left hand, but I do stuff with my left hand, like my computer mouse. So that's what's happening right now.
Is the X, which is actually going to make it like wonky, like, so these will be like seesawing up. So if you increase that, that's where it gets crazy, and you don't really want to use that. You do want a little bit though, because it would make sense if they're sprinkles. They're not going to be completely flat. You're going to have some variance where like some bit has absorbed into the icing at a different angle than another, but just not too much, essentially, or else it starts to look like little marshmallows or whatever all over it. But guys, that's roughly it.
0.510. All right. Yeah, that's good. All right. Next.
That's the hard work. That was, I mean, I know that was very technical, but it was just 2 nodes. Rotate Euler, set it to local, and then this random value, and we're changing that to rotate it. And we did it. We got nice looking rotation. Now, one thing we do have to change is the distance min. So because these longer sprinkles
change the distance min. Min.
Obviously are bigger, then the distance min has to change as well. So we can change that to something that makes sense. Let's go 0.04.
Ooh. Okay. 0.04. Oh, but then I'd have to increase the quantity, right? Why is that behaving that way? That's not good. Or maybe because I did something wrong. Oh, 0.004. Alright. 0.004. There we go. And then I just gotta change the quantity. There we go. That looks more realistic.
That might have actually been pretty perfect. Let's try 3. 3's got a little bit. Oh, actually, you know what? The other thing.
Remember, you're in feet. He's in meters. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Big, chunky looking sprinkles. So I want these to be bigger. So we could, alter the scale of the actual sprinkles, but we're working with geometry nodes and we've actually got a scale value right here. So we could change it here just as easily. So the scale dragging down.
Whoa. What's he doing?
3. 3's got a little bit. Oh, actually, you know what? The other thing. Again, looking at reference, I like those big, chunky looking sprinkles. So I want these to be bigger. So we could, alter the scale of the actual sprinkles, but we're working with geometry nodes and we've actually got a scale value right here. So we could change it here just as easily. So the scale dragging down, and again, there's not just one value, there's 3 axes.
Let's go. Right here. Oh, this is so uncomfortable. Use my left hand.
So X, Y, Z, so drag down on all. 1.5 is going to give us some nice, big, chunky looking sprinkles.
Let's go over here. Go. Okay, there we go. 1.5. Oh, yeah, look at them. Those are, damn, boys, they're thick. Chunky sprinkles.
And now this distance value needs to be a lot bigger. So let's go 0.06.
Okay. Jeez, I need to change my thing. I can't do it that way. So like 0.0005. Maybe add next 0. Okay, no, that's not working. Zero 0.009. You know what? That's fine. I don't care. Looks good to me. La 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 la.
It's actually pretty good. I'm getting pretty good at nailing it. 0.0. No. I was right before. There's always going to be some overlap, right? You're not going to be able to stop it because it's not doing object like collisions. It's nothing like that. It's a very simple. Again, it's doing a point and then it's creating a radius around it.
That's kind of normal.
And if you do the correct amount, which for this is probably something like this, then it looks way too predictable and boring, which we don't want. So 0.006 looks pretty good for me with a scale of 1.5 for these. And that is it. I was going to put in the random color in this part of the tutorial, but I think we've gone over already. So join me in the next part and we will finally add some color to...
Jesus Christ. All right. Save. Okay, part 7. How many parts are there? Okay. Part 8. We've got to be close. We've got to be close. Hold on. Let's see. 12 parts. We're getting there.
This is the part where we start making our donuts look sexy. So we're going to be coloring our sprinkles.
How long have I been doing this for? But yeah, so I can keep going. I can power through. I got nothing better to do with my
so it
day.
doesn't look so depressing. And then also getting into rendering to start making this actually look pleasing with shadows and light and everything else. So first of all, the sprinkles. Now, as you probably know, you could come in here and you could select a sprinkle and then go, all right, I'm going to make a red sprinkle. And then I'm going to, don't do this by the way, I'm just showing you, make this aqua sprinkle and then a blue sprinkle, right? And this does work. Does exactly what you would expect.
Ooh,
the problem with this though is that for one, the color is locked to that specific sprinkle. So this curved sprinkle is always red, okay? And the short sprinkle is always white. The other issue is that this is not easy to change the distribution of those colors. Like if I'm an artist and I'm looking this, I'm like, that's kind of boring because all the colors is like 25% blue, 25% white, 25, you know. I want to have maybe 80% one dominant color and then a few splashes of complementary colors. I can't do that. So there is a much, much easier way. So first, let me just clear all of these. And I'm going to create one new material. I'm going to call it
Okay, where was I? All right. So wait, he is. I blanked out. My brain
the color
farted
is
super hard
locked
right there.
to that specific sprinkle. So this curved sprinkle is always red.
Start over. Hold on.
This is the part where we start making our donuts look sexy. So we're going to be coloring our sprinkles finally, so it doesn't look so depressing.
Run layouts. Okay, I need to be in layouts. All right,
and then also getting into rendering to start making this actually look pleasing with shadows and light and everything else. So first of all, the sprinkles. Now, as you probably know, you could come in here and you could select a sprinkle and then go, all right, I'm going to make a red sprinkle. And then I'm going to, don't do this by the way, I'm just showing you, make this aqua sprinkle and then a blue sprinkle, right? And this does work. Does exactly what you would expect. The complementary colors. I can't do that. So there is a much easier way. So first, let me just clear all of these. And I'm going to create one new material. I'm going to call it sprinkle.
Okay, we're clicking on a sprinkle. All right, let's make it this one. Clicking here. Clicking a new material. All right, and then what's he doing?
Sprinkles. And I'll actually show you how to.
Okay. Sprinkles. Did I save? I don't remember if I saved. I'm going to save again.
To quickly apply the same material to multiple objects at the same time because we haven't done that yet. So I'm going to grab my round sprinkle, which is currently still over there by itself. I'll just bring it over here so it's part of the family. There we go.
Should probably do that too. Nope. No. Wait. Grab that. G. X. There it is. Then do I have the magnet on? No, I do not. Bring that over here. So what is Z axis? Come here, you. doing it again. What am I doing wrong? Gee. Oh, interesting. Okay, well, hold on. Why does it keep defaulting to there? You know, it's fine. Grab, shift, Z. No, I'm holding shift. Z. Pull it up so it's out. G to grab again, and oh, that's because my camera. That's why. X. G. Why? There we go. There. Okay, perfect.
All right, so I've got one object with the material that I want to apply them all to. What I need to do is shift select all the objects that I want to have that material,
Okay.
and lastly shift select again the object that has the material I want to apply them to, and you know that because it's highlighted yellow. Okay, then hit Control L. This brings up the
Okay.
link or transfer menu, and we want to link the materials.
Okay. So clicking the one that has the sprinkle that has the thing. Then we're shift 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I have to click it again. All right. And then shift L. No, what? What do you say to click?
And you know that because it's highlighted yellow. Okay, then hit Control L.
Control
this
L.
brings
And then link materials. Control L. Link materials. Perfect. All right.
up the link or transfer menu, and we want to link the materials. And now you can see our material has a 5 next to it because 5 objects are sharing.
Yep, right there. Cool. Yep.
This material. And that's it. And now,
That's
obviously,
it.
because they're linked, it means if I make a change over here, they're all gonna be reflected. Great. Now, we're going to do something fancy. So let's go to the shading tab, which gives us access to our nodes. Oh, dear.
Go access our shading tab, which will give us an oh dear. Oh God. Wait, hold on. There we go. Perfect. All right, and then we're going to. I don't have those. Oh, they're down. Oh, they're. Okay. Okay, what do we do next?
Where have I? All right, let's go back. I'm trying to get to that sprinkle. Okay, to our nodes. Now, I want to introduce you to a little friend called Shift A.
Shift
input,
A. Input.
the object info node.
Shift A. Input object info. So Shift A. Input object info. Your mom.
Very weird little node that just does some useful things when you might need it. So you see it pop up in a few tutorials. There's a bunch of stuff here that it can do. The most useful one for us in this instance is the random input. Drop that into your base color and let's see what happens.
Random into my base input for base color. Oh, I should probably have this rendered. There we go. Yeah. We got Y. We got like gray, darker gray, slightly lighter gray, darker gray. Wow, incredible!
We've got some gray values, and it's easier to see actually when you look at the donuts.
That looks disgusting.
So what this has done is it has
Did it to the
assigned a
donuts, too.
value, a random value for each individual sprinkle between 0 and 1. So
looks like a
because
7.
that's then being transferred to color information, it means that, for example, this sprinkle might have got a value of like 0.023, right? And the robot spat that out. And then this one, this whitish looking one, maybe this was 0.89 or something like that. Okay, so it's just transferred those values into color information, which is just blacks to whites. Not very useful right now, but we can use that, those numbers in I'll just show you. Okay, Shift A, we're going to go converter color ramp. Probably, I mean, I might have used this node more than any other node in Blender before. It's like so versatile, used for so many things. So drop it in here between the object info and the principled. And currently it is exactly the same because it's just it's transferring that data into a gradient value of the exact same shades. But we can change this to any color that we want. And look at that. So you can very quickly see this is exactly how we're going to create sprinkles of different colors. Now, one thing you'll note looking at this is that every single sprinkle is a different shade. Like no two sprinkles have the same color right now because this is a gradient. And that's not how it works in the real world because the sprinkles come out of, one constant icing bag, right? Or a machine with the same food dye. So basically all the blue ones would have the exact shade of blue.
Wait, I just stopped paying attention for a bit there. Hold on. My brain just completely turned off.
Exact same shades, but we can change this.
Like, oh my god, wow.
So what this has done,
yeah, that's my attention span right there for you. I just completely blanked on the last 3 minutes he was just talking.
It has assigned a value, a random value for each individual sprinkle between 0 and 1.
I remember this.
So because that's not very useful right now, but we can use that, those numbers in I'll just show you. Okay, Shift A, we're going to go converter color ramp.
Shift A, converter color ramp. Shift I, converter color ramp. Put it right there, I assume.
I mean, I might have used this node more than any other node in Blender before. It's like so versatile, used for so many things. So drop it in here between the object info and the principled. And currently it is exactly the same because it's just it's transferring that data into a gradient value of the exact same shades. But we can change this to any color that we want. And look at that. So you can very quickly see this is exactly how we're going to create sprinkles of different colors.
Whoa.
Now, one thing you'll note looking at this is that every single sprinkle is a different shade. Like no two sprinkles have the same color right now because this is a gradient. And that's not how it works in the real world because the sprinkles come out of, one constant icing bag, right? Or a machine with the same food dye. So basically all the blue ones would have the exact shade of blue and all the orange ones would have the exact shade of blue. So we need to change this from linear to constant. And now if I slide this...
Color ramp, we need to change that from linear to constant. Blech. They look like black licorice. Ugh.
Cross, look at that. We are influencing what percentage now is orange or blue. And this is really cool because it means you get to work like an artist and just create a really nice, appealing looking donut very, very quickly. So I'm going to go with like a light blue over here. And then I'm going to create a new color just by...
Oh, wait. So I click here. Wait. So I click here. Crank that up. I like red sprinkles. And then we do shift. Then we do this. Then we make this one. Let's make red and blue. Top of a pinkish donut. Maybe make that a little bit lighter. Yeah, that's better.
Hitting the plus button, and then let's give this a purple, like that, light blue over here. And then I'm going to create a new color just by hitting the plus button. And then let's give this a purple.
Yeah. Plus. I really need something here. Plus button? Like purple. Maybe not the same shade as the frickin' donut. There we go. Perfect. Do that. Oh yeah, that looks. Actually looks. I'm hungry, by the way, and I'm making donuts. That doesn't help me at all.
Like that, and I'll make this one pink. Actually, same shade as our donut. Why not? You'll note, by the way, that I'm not going like full saturation, and that's deliberate because you learn in art that like saturation and color is quite aggressive. It's quite noisy and quite attention grabbing. And so if you use too much,
I actually am starting to see that. Tone it down a bit. There we go. Red's looking a bit more orange, so. Ooh, I like that. I actually like that. Ooh, I like that. I like that a lot. This means to be less cyan then. Oh, yeah, that looks good. And then, okay. Maybe tone it down just a tad. Okay.
much of it, it can be exhausting. So I tend to keep it at like 0.8. Okay.
Oh, I wasn't even paying attention to that.
I'll also go over here and I'm going to make this white. Let's go. Oh, whoop. No, not like that. White. And I'm going to create another one next to it.
Jesus Christ, he's making so many different sprinkles. Bro, calm down. Calm down, bro. Calm down, bro. Calm down. There, it's white. Okay. That's good enough for me.
And this one, I'm going to make yellow. Okay.
Yeah, I don't need all this.
So just by sliding this around, I could say like less white, more yellow, less yellow, more white. And then I can go, yeah, more blue. It's just a really simple, easy way to create the exact look you're going for. Awesome. Now, something, you don't have to do this next part, but it's so easy. Why not? I was looking on Pinterest on like aesthetically pleasing donuts, like trying to make this look really cool. And I saw like metallic sprinkles, and I was like, that's an interesting idea. What if I made these white and yellow ones metallic, and then they would look silver and gold? So there is a slider in your principled BSDF, technical name that just means it's the shader that does everything.
So I'm gonna want to make sure it's white. Oh, but it's affecting all of them right now. I only want it to affect one color.
And it's the metallic shader. Look at that. So if I slide this all the way to 1, all my sprinkles are now metallic. And if I slide it all the way to 0, then they are non-metallic. And that's actually how you should use this slider. All materials in the real world are either non-metallic, also known as dielectric materials. So that would be most of the sprinkles. And then some objects are metallic, entirely metallic. There are technically a few rare materials on Earth that have some blend between it, but as a rule, you should not have a value that is between 0 and 1. It should be either 0 or 1. Anyways, so what we can do with this, because we've got this color ramp information here, is I can actually just convert, like I can make a color ramp that is just black and white that just shows which sprinkle is metallic and which one isn't. So if I duplicate this, and here's a pro tip, if you use Control-Shift-D, it will duplicate it, but it will retain its connection.
Okay. So Control-Shift-D. These nuts. Got him.
Saves you, I don't know, 1 second. And now I'm going to connect that into my metallic input. Now,
So wait, the color? I'm connecting the color? Yes. I'm connecting the color into the metallic.
Apparently this is wrong because this information is, it's just using, it's like color. So we need to be black and white. So this one here, because this is going to represent my dielectric colors, I'm going to set this to black. So it is non-metal. And then this I can delete and this I can delete because on the left-hand side of it, it's all black. Sorry, so it's all non-metals. And then over here, these two, the silver and the gold, they're going to be metal. So actually I can delete the gold. And now that's...
Whoa, wait, hold on, what?
But it will retain its connection. So just saves you, I don't know, 1 second. And now I'm going to connect that into my metallic input.
Yeah.
Now currently this is wrong because this information is, it's just using, it's like color. So we need to be black and white. So this one here, because this is...
Okay, so just make one of these completely black. Okay. And then...
this is going to represent my dielectric colors. I'm going to set this to black. So it is non-metal. And then this I can delete and this I can delete because...
Okay, and then this I can delete. And this I can delete. Oh shit. Okay, and then...
on the left-hand side of it, it's all black. Sorry, so it's all non-metals. And then over here, these two, the silver and the gold, they're going to be metal. So actually I can delete the gold. And now that's doing exactly what it should. So we've now got dielectric, non-metals, and metals. And the reason it doesn't look like metal, by the way...
Okay, now we just need this to be white. Wait, am I doing the wrong one? I am. Mother fudger. Okay, that's white. Mother fudger. There we go. That's how it should be. So set this to black. You get rid of. You get rid of. Okay.
The way is because your roughness is here. So if you set it all the way down, you can action. So just saves you, I don't know, 1 second. And now I'm going to connect that into my metallic input. Now currently this is wrong because this information is, it's just using, it's like color. So we need to be black and white. So this one here, because this is going to represent my dielectric colors, I'm going to set this to black. So it is non-metal. And then this I can delete and this I can delete because on the left-hand side of it, it's all black. Sorry, so it's all non-metals. And then over here, these two, the silver and the gold, they're going to be metal. So actually I can delete the gold. And now that's doing exactly what it should. So we've now got dielectric, non-metals, and metals. And the reason it...
Right. Why is this? Ah, there we go. That looks way better. Is this? Oh yeah, we need the metallic. Hold on. This doesn't look like it's working right.
It doesn't look like metal, by the way, is because your roughness is here. So
roughness. Well, I have it where the blue is that, but you know what? I don't care. Let's have blue metallic sprinkles, because who cares? My donut's special. I don't care. My donut can be different.
if you set it all the way down, you can see it starts to look a lot closer to a metallic sprinkle. And by the way, you can get the exact like position. You can go like 0.7 and then here 0.7, type it in, and then that way it's definitely correct. For whatever reason of mine, this has to be a bug. There's something weird about it. But there's one sprinkle on my donuts, probably not on yours, but it's like, it's purple up here, but then it crept over into the metallic category down here, which shouldn't be possible, but evidently it's just on my donut. I've never seen it before, but one of them has actually snuck over. It doesn't matter. It's it can be the rare purple metallic one. All right, but I don't want these other ones to be shiny, at least that shiny.
Right.
So I'm going to again duplicate this, Control-Shift-D.
Oh.
And with this, if I plug this into my roughness input.
Okay. Fudge. Fudging about the fudge. Control-Shift. Oh, no. Control-Shift-D. And then we're plugging this into where?
Just like before, these black and white values will decide what is the roughness of the material.
Alright, and now we're plugging this into the roughness. Oh, my knee. Hold up. Sorry, cat. I gotta stretch my leg. It hurts. Ah. Oh, God, I've been sitting here for too long. Alright, it's fine. I don't know how people do office jobs, I swear.
Metallic and non-metallics. So this one here, I want this to be essentially the opposite of what it is. Almost entirely black. A little bit, so there's...
Okay, so wait, I'm doing what now?
A little bit of roughness to it, like that. And then
oh, I see. So we're making this almost entirely black. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, that works. All right,
and then this one over here, I want this to be a lot more diffuse. Not
okay. Let's do that. You to be a little bit more diffuse. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm starting to see it now. All right.
not entirely diffuse. Like somewhat of a blend, because if you look at reference, which you should be modeling off reference, there is some shininess to them. So yeah, but that is it. So you can see very quickly we have created some very aesthetically pleasing donuts, and have fun with it, guys. Like, create a cool looking donut. You can use whatever color combinations you want. I really do like it when people experiment and not just follow a tutorial down to a T, but like venture out there and, you know, do
me.
interesting.
My donut. Mine looks weird, and that's okay.
Things. So try different color combinations, try different icing colors, and you could make something that looks really cool. But that's almost it for our donut. It's pretty well done, which means we can now finally talk.
Oh yeah, hold on. No, okay, so hold on. I can do that then. I want to make this. I want to make my frosting white. Yeah, change my frosting. Hold on. Let's go. Ooh, I like that. No, it looks gross. Great, no. Yeah, I like white frosting. Just plain white. No, that's boring. Yeah, but plain white's plain white's good. Okay. Yeah, that kind of looks like Christmassy almost. All right. Yeah, I'm happy with that. All right. So then
talk about rendering. So, as a recap of part 1, if you hit F12, that's going to put you into the rendered state. Our camera is really far away from the donut. So,
all right, hold on. We go layouts. We're gonna save real quick, just in case. Find that camera. Wait, hold on. Let's see if he has an easier way to move it.
Actually, let's first fix that. If you go to your camera view, you can just by clicking that little icon there, or by hitting number pad 0, that'll take you there as well. This is the camera view. We're really far away. I mentioned in the start that if you use this key, this button view lock camera to view. That'll let you like grab it and move it around. But there is actually another way. I didn't want to introduce you to too many keyboard shortcuts at the start. But if you hit with the camera selected, Shift tilde key, that will put you in fly mode. The other way to do that, by the way, is to just go view, navigate.
Yeah, you're moving a little too fast for me there, buddy. But anyway, let's see. Camera. Shift tilde. Oh, okay. This is for like. Oh, this is fly mode for like Source Filmmaker. I'm familiar with this. Oh yeah, this is way. Oh my god, this is way fucking easier. Holy shit. Okay. And then just. How do I exit camera? User perspective. All right. So I can go back in. All right. Oh yeah, the camera's all fucking giant now in comparison. Wait, hold on. Let's just do that. What am I doing? Nope. Oh shit. No. Okay, go back to the camera. Shift. Using mouse wheel scroll. Using mouse wheel scroll will fly unless you control your speed. Okay. Okay. There we go. Yeah, let's just. Then I can hit shift to sprint. Perfect. Nice view. All right. All right. Now what? Where is the thingy?
Fly navigation there if you don't have that key. So anyway, in this mode, it's almost like you're playing a video game. So like it's just I'm playing a first person shooter looking around my scene. W is move forward, just like in a video game. A is strafe left, D is strafe right, and S is back. So WASD, just like a video game. I can also go up by hitting E and then down by hitting Q. And if it's too sensitive, like if the movement is like, crazy fast, the scroll wheel also decides how far. Oh goodness, there it is. Okay.
Yeah, Q and E.
How
just like
fast the movement is. So scroll down if it's going too quickly for you. But yeah, I can now place the camera wherever it is I want, and then when it's there, I just click, single left click, and that's there. And by the way, that mode is called fly navigation, and it works also not just from the camera view, but anywhere in Blender. If you ever want to just like move around, you can do.
That makes it so much
mode.
easier.
So shift tilde key for that. All right, so we do a render, we get something that looks hideous. Why?
All right, so we're gonna get a render. So F12. Yeah, that don't look too appetizing. Okay.
Is that? Well, for starters, it's not a very. The scene has just got one light in it. But the primary reason, and by the way, yes, that's the rendered view mode, but also if you go to rendered view shading up there, this is the exact replica of that, but just in the viewport. Okay. Now, the primary reason this looks bad is because of the renderer. Okay. So Blender's default render engine, if you go to your render properties, is called Eevee. Now, Eevee is fast, but it is not accurate. If you are familiar with games, most of you probably are, Eevee is basically a game engine. So it's designed to be really fast. Probably not 60 frames per second, but really, really fast. And it's in terms of the renderer types, there's usually actually, you call them like real time is what this type is, and that is a rasterized render engine. And then you have ray traced or path traced engines, sometimes called offline renderers, which are a lot more accurate but much slower. So this is good if you don't really care about realism. Like maybe you're making a title effect for a TV, thing, whatever, or you're on a really tight deadline, you just want to get something out.
What am I supposed to be doing
type
right
it accurate. The scene has just got one light in it. But the primary reason, and by the way, yes, that's the rendered view mode, but also if you go to rendered view.
Yeah, my mind was just thinking about something else completely unrelated to this, and I just got completely distracted.
Shading up there, this is the exact replica of that, but
We do this. We go with this. All right, now what?
just in the viewport, okay? Now, the primary reason this looks bad is because of the renderer, okay? So Blender's default render engine, if you go to your render properties, is called Eevee. Now, Eevee is fast.
Okay, so render. Right here. Okay.
But it is not accurate. If you are familiar with games, most of you probably are, Eevee is basically a game engine. So it's designed to be really fast. Probably not 60 frames per second, but really, really fast. And it's in terms of the renderer types, there's usually actually, you call them like real time is what this type is. And that is a rasterized render engine. And then you have ray traced or path traced engines, sometimes called offline renderers, which are a lot more accurate but much slower. So this is good if you don't really care about realism. Like maybe you're making a title effect for a TV, thing, whatever, or you're on a really tight deadline, you just want to get something out fast, you can use Eevee. Now you can make it look better than what we have. Like for example, I think because we're using like really small sizes for our donut, you want to increase your cube size and then your lamp, the bias. There you go. You set that all the way to 0. Title effect for a TV, thing, whatever. Or you're on a really tight deadline, you just want to get something out fast. You can use Eevee. Now you can make it look better than what we have. Like for example, I think the
shadows. Okay, we're going to shadows.
Because we're using like really small sizes for our donut.
96.
You want to increase your cube size and then your
1024 for cube size, which is already for cascade size, so it's already at that.
Lamp, the
wait, he clicked on the light bulb. All right. There is no light bulb. Or the light. Oh, he clicked on the light. All right.
Bias. There you go. You set that all the way to 0.
We're changing the bias, so I'm lost.
Small sizes for our donut. You want to increase your cube size and then your
light, yeah. I've been lights and light, yeah. Oh, preview, light, point.
The bias. There you go. You set that.
Okay, so shadow. All right. Bias all the way to 0. Oh, okay. There we go.
That all the way to 0. And now it's more appropriate for this size. We've got shadows, but it's still not great. We don't, for example, have shadows on any of our sprinkles because it's just too fine a detail. And the shadow itself, it's just like a blurry mess. So it's just a fakery. And it's just like what's going on with video games. I will briefly mention also that Blender 4.1, which is what this is here, it's in alpha state at the time of this recording. I've been using 4.0 for this whole recording, but this is 4.1, and it's Eevee, but it's completely rewritten. And it is better, right? So the shadows are better. There is actually even some bounce lighting happening, but it's kind of like a fake bounce lighting. And it's definitely better, but it's still not great. So that is the limitation. It's fast, but it is not great. And that's what you get with rasterized real-time engines. So there is another render engine. To go to your render engine settings and click the drop down. Ignore workbench. That's for like just like basically rendering your viewport, really, for technical stuff. Cycles.
Okay, so we're going to also save this while I can. save. Go here, render engine, cycles. Oh. Ooh, my cursor does not like that. Oh, because it's still mid render. Okay. Oh. Wow. Okay. What is going on here?
So those are the two main engines of Blender. You got Cycles and you've got Eevee. Cycles is what's known as an offline renderer or a path traced, also known as ray traced engine. Now, this looks way better than what we had before. You'll notice, for example, that all of our sprinkles have shadows. Apologies if my recording gets a little choppy. It's because it's using the CPU to... Anyway, you can see it's got proper shadows on things. There's actually bounce lighting, right? That's like coming off this this table here, and it's going underneath it.
What is that actually happening in mine? My computer's pretty beefy. It can handle this. Oh, wow. Look at that. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, hopefully my stream doesn't get impacted by this.
The donut.
You'll probably cover it, but you should check if you have GPU acceleration enabled when using cycle renderer. Still, it'll be slower. Okay.
So it's like it's shooting around inside.
I think I do have GPU acceleration enabled. Hold on. I think it was file. No, it's edits, preferences, viewport, subdivision. Yeah, or GPU subdivision. I have that, but we'll see.
Side here, and it's shooting back, and it's going over here, which is exactly what happens in the real world, and it's really important for
Edit
realism
preferences system.
to get.
Okay. Edits preferences system. Then CUDA optics HIP. CUDA. Oh, these are more options. Optics HIP. No compatible GPUs found for cycles. As far as AMD, I have optics and CUDA. And I don't know which of these I'm supposed to use, or which one's would be more efficient. I think I'll just leave it as is, though. Maybe use optics with RTX. Okay, then it should be fine, right? Okay. Use optics with RTX. Oh, and what else? On the right, you'll need to change device to GPU. Okay. So edit, preferences, system, optics. When you change the render engine. Oh. Change device to GPU. Okay. Oh, wow. Yeah, that is so much faster. Okay. Holy crap, that is incredible. Oh, I think it even looks better. Oh my god. Wow. This is so cool. Thank you so much, by the way. I would not know how to optimize that. I feel like it's a case-by-case basis for people's computers, so you never know. Wow, that is so cool.
Get that bounce. I mean, any room, any architecture, you basically have to use cycles to do it, because that's how you get proper lighting like in the real world. But you get all this for free at the cost of speed. So you'll notice as I move
There's
around.
even more I could do with There's even more you can do. AI denoising. Okay. AI denoising. Let's go back. Hold on. Preferences. System. What's that? What would that be? Sound? No. T-shirt. Over here, maybe. Back on the right. All right. Right under where it says viewport, you can enable viewpoint denoise. Back on the right. Wait, hold on. So wait. Right under where it says viewport. Oh, right here. Noise threshold. Enable viewport denoise. Back on the right. Checkbox. Okay, so take that off. Or I can enable it. Okay. Right? Oh, right there. Denoise. I can leave that on, I guess? Yeah. Denoise. Leave denoise on. Alright. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, now it doesn't blur when it does that. This. Oh, wow. Good thing my computer's so beefy, too, it can handle this. Keep the depth threshold. Lightens the load a bit. Alright.
Whilst my recording goes choppy, that it starts grainy and then it kind of refines itself. And if you look in the top left-hand corner, you've got something that says samples. So as you leave it rendering longer, it's rendering more samples. Essentially, it's just like the computer's just chewing through it. There's technical ways to explain it, but that's the simplest way to think of it. And it'll get clearer as the longer you leave it. Now, there is actually two ways to calculate this. One is to use your CPU, which is what it's on by default. Another is to use your GPU, which is grayed out by default. So let's fix that. Go to Edit Preferences, and then go to System, and you can see at the top there, Cycles, Render Devices. So try switching to one of these tabs and see what you get.
Wait, he has 4?
If you have a device, like myself.
He has 4 of these? What the hell? I only have... What kind of PC does he run? Jesus.
That is a GPU that is supported, then you can render on that and it'll be way faster. So just as an FYI, CUDA is NVIDIA,
like I have,
and it's
like,
for like...
You saw the one I was using, but this is... He has 4 of them. Like, god damn. It must be so fucking beefy.
1080 backwards, so like 90s, 800s, I think.
And again, I guess you can afford it.
Optics was around the 2000 series. Further on. So optics is the one that you use if you're using a NVIDIA card today. HIP is for AMD cards, and then you got one API. And I think actually on Apple devices, you'll have a metal option. But see what you have, and then see if you can render with that, because that, with GPU on now, it'll, going back to this, it might actually, the first time you use your GPU, it will say, I think at the top left-hand corner, doing this for the first time, it'll do some pass. It'll be really slow. It might take like 2 minutes, but then after you've done that, every time you open Blender, it should never need to do it again. So it might be slow the first time you activate it, but it should be faster. Now, this is way faster than what we had before.
Way faster.
Like, you can see how quickly it's clearing through those samples. It's basically real time. In fact, actually, so that noise that I mentioned, right? It's still there, but when you render and also in your viewport, you can use a denoiser. So it's actually not that new. It's like 3-4 years old. I think we started using AI denoisers. NVIDIA released their one for optics,
you talked about.
And since then, Intel have come out with one. And it basically takes that noisy image, it uses some of the information from the 3D renderer to clear it out whilst preserving the detail. So if you can actually turn it on in the viewport by hitting the denoise one. If you've got an NVIDIA card, it'll be way better. If you don't, it'll have to use the Intel denoiser, which is a lot slower. But you can see the noise is practically...
Can you not hear him? No, because I forgot to change the audio again. Which means you haven't been hearing a single word that he's been saying.
Gone, right? So this is almost real time, which is really, really cool. Now, obviously, not all of you are as lucky, right? I've got four 3090s. I started, though, on a Pentium 3, I think back in 2003.
Okay.
And
I wasn't sure
look, they made Toy Story on computers that you couldn't even sell today because they would be just garbage. Maybe you could for like nostalgic. Anyways, the point is that everybody, when they start 3D, is using a device which is crappy. Don't let it limit you, or don't think, oh, I can't use 3D until I get a better computer. A graphics card is definitely one of the best investments you can make if you're thinking like, I want to do this as a career. This is definitely for me. I'm really enjoying this.
It's definitely Windows, so it doesn't matter if the name changes. Still the main window ID in the back end. Okay. Wait, does that mean when I change the game audio, it's also you're hearing double then because it's also capturing that same window, or is it still just one?
A good investment because you will be able to produce more renders throughout the day faster. But it is not essential.
Just making sure.
You can get by with just a CPU. It just means that when you do your render, your final render, instead of it being done in an hour, you might have to leave it over.
I was really intimidated by the fact that I still got 4 more to go, but it's proven to be a lot easier because I haven't had to do that much for this one.
Night. In the past, when I started with Blender, I was making crappy renders at like 600 by 400 resolution, and I was rendering for over a week just to do a really crappy basic animation. So don't let it hinder you. It's totally normal that you'll have a bad computer. If it's for you in the future, definitely worth investing in a card that is fast. Also, if you want to know which card to buy, Blender actually put together an open benchmark. So if you go to opendata.blender.org or click the link in the description, you can see it's showing you all of the people that have done this benchmark, what have their devices been, and what are the times that you can expect. So you can see actually mine is at the bottom. It's the 3090. But I've got 4 of them, so it's obviously churning through it faster. The fastest is, basically it's going to be the top card, or like the go-to. NVIDIA is just crushing it. I think, where is the AMD? They used to be on, I think AMD's made a mention there. You've also got CPUs on this side. But essentially, just buy the top like gaming card. Usually that's the one. But do go here, check it out if you want. All right, so we're going to be using cycles for the rest of this tutorial.
OBS to match a window based on each XC type. It's usually close Chrome and work to record when you reopen and it gets a new ID. Okay.
Tutorial. And we'll really dive into it in the next part, but I just want to quickly, my lamp is way away, so let's just bring that in closer.
That's right, because I have a capturing specific window because I've had issues where it wouldn't capture the audio for something that I was playing, and then I wouldn't know until I was done with the recording. So I just do that.
And you can actually clear the rotation.
More of a hassle, but it just ensures that I'm
the center of your 3D scene by tapping Alt-G. Okay, so now, hey, look, that's
what did you just
kind
say?
of cool.
Hold on.
So let's just bring that in closer just so that we can see things. And you can actually clear the rotation of an object to make it appear at the center of your 3D scene by tapping Alt-G. Okay, so now, hey, look, that's actually kind of cool. I'm going to move my...
Alright, so wait. I'm pressing Alt-G? Alt-G? Oh, jeez. Wait, Shift? Shift. What am I doing? Wait, it's fine.
Lamp over to here. Just check my recordings. Yeah, my recording's not being affected. And I'll just now reduce the strength of this.
Yeah, that's a good spot, I guess. And then we're going to reduce the Let's see.
Because it's obviously now way closer. But look at that. Like, look at the shadow that we get. Alt G. Okay, so now, hey, look, that's
Making those donuts with intense light. Yeah, if they weren't done before now,
cool.
they are now.
I'm gonna move my lamp over to here.
Lights.
Just check my recordings. Yeah, my recordings not being affected. And
okay, light, power. Okay, gotta do like type in like 20. Oh wow! Wait. Well, that is trippy as hell. But that that looks so much better. Oh jeez, I love this so much. Wow, I'm I'm actually making something.
and I'll just now reduce the strength of this because it's obviously now way closer. But look at that. Like, look at the shadow.
20 watts. Yeah, mine's at 20 watts as well. Mine looks a bit brighter because, you know, it's white. White reflects light better.
That we get coming off this donut. It's like properly taken.
Camera is right next to the pivot point when your movement gets wonky like that. It's like an object used on pivot. Okay. It's like that. Okay, there we go. Wow, this is so cool.
But it's not like some fakery, so it's like tight here and then it's like really faded at the end there. That kind of stuff is really difficult to do with a rasterized real-time engine like Eevee. And you also get like all of this proper, like look at the shadows on the sprinkles,
so
the reflections
cool.
is actually true. It's not like guessing and fakery. Yes, it's a type of fakery, but it's much more accurate. Anyways, I like cycles. I'm a cycles guy. I think most people actually are. The first version of Eevee was not that great. Eevee Next in 4.1 might be better. We'll see. But yeah, the first version of Eevee was not really that great. Now, one thing you might notice looking at your donut, they're going to make one big tweak to this, is that it kind of feels hard. Like the donut doesn't give this kind of like soft feeling to it. And the reason for that is the material. So by default, all materials are, yeah, kind of like hard materials, but fleshy objects like humans as well as food have subsurface scattering. So I'll throw some reference photos here. But you can see this is my hand. I had light coming in like as I was eating breakfast, and I could see the light is actually going through my fingers, right? So that's light that is like, yeah, it's a mushy, fleshy object. So it's passing through it, scattering amongst all the other atoms in the finger, and it's the light is going through to the other side. You also see it in a lot of food. So took these photos at a party. Yes, I am that guy. You can see that's how you get light that goes to the opposite sides. My daughter was eating a banana, and I was like, look at that banana. Look at that subsurface scattering right there. So donuts and icing have that, and we can do that. We can add that, sorry, by going to the materials.
So going to... Wait, am I... Yeah, I'm in layout. It's not... Wait, hold on. What am I... Ah, this. No? Wait, hold on. Let's see. Select circle. Okay, so I have something on. Wait, hold on. What's going on? Why can I not select that? Am I in layout? Yeah, I'm in layout. User perspective. Yeah, I got that.
We can add that, sorry.
What am I... Why can I not click that? Hold on, what's going on? Let's see. Okay, yeah. Layout, That's fine. Right. What am I doing wrong? Why can I not select the object? Because of this? Oh, hold on. PFA, sprinkles, song, donuts. Where's the icing? Wait, hold on. Oh, hold on. Let's rewind a bit, actually.
And
Let's see, just make sure.
I was like, look at that banana. Look at that subsurface scattering right there. So donuts and icing have that. And
Donuts,
we can do that. We can add that, sorry, by going to the materials and then down here.
Icing 01 material. Icing 1 material.
Here you've got subsurface. Okay.
Subsurface.
So here.
Okay.
The biggest one to turn it on, and just like metallic, apparently, this is, by the way, a new setup for 4.0, but just like metallic, it's supposed to be a weight of either 0 or 1. All right. Whoa. Now, when you do 1, it suddenly turned blue, and you're like, what the hell happened there? That's because the radius, this radius...
What's my donut going to turn into? It also turned blue. Like a slight cyan. That's actually not that bad, actually.
Is this is your X, Y, Z, but also it's your R, G, and your B in this case.
Oh.
And these values are different because it's designed for skin by default. So this is a great setup if you've got skin with blood inside, but we don't. So click, drag down, and then just set these values to 1.
Okay. Click, drag down. That's it. No. Yeah. Click, drag down, select these values to 1. Ah, that looks way better now. Wow, that's got that little sheen to it.
All right, so now it's closer to the material. Still looks weird, and that's because the scale of this is wrong. It's saying that the thickness of the object is 5 centimeters, but this icing is not that. So let's make this 0.01, and now you can see it looks a lot closer. It's still a little dark, because I think it's not 1 centimeter thick, so let's go 0.005. And
okay, so start with... Wait, what value am I changing? Wait, the scale. 0.01? Wait, what's he have his at? Wait, mine's in inches. I gotta remember that. I was never good with the metric system, with measuring stuff. Let's add it like 1 foot, so an inch. What comes after in centimeter? Just add another 0. See what happens. I mean, it looks fine to me. I'm gonna deselect that. Yeah, it looks fine. Yeah, I think it looks fine. Maybe do, okay, let's do this. Yeah, because I'm in inches, he's in meters. I'm a bloody American, that's what I am. Oh, wait. 0.005. Yeah, that looks fine. All right.
And now we can see it's pretty close to its original material. The biggest difference is if I just zoom right in here.
Okay.
Let's set it to what it was before. See how it's hard? It almost feels like...
We're going to zoom in. Zoom right in there. Okay. That's what it is right now when we do that. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell because it's white. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm using white. It's hard to tell, but it looks fine to me. That looks like a really nice white frosting. That's real thick. Oh, yeah. That. Oh, look how thick. Oh. That's like the kind of glaze that they'd use on a freaking cinnamon roll. That sounds delicious.
Like it just feels like concrete, right? But then you set this to 1, and look at that. The shadow just starts to feel a little softer, and you get this bleed.
Yeah, then again, it's like he has more experience in recognizing this stuff and then telling if it's good or not. I just look at a photo and I'm like, that look pretty. Whereas me, I kind of just, I don't do that. I'm an amateur picture taker. Scale might be too small because of feet. Okay. Yeah, I was never good at the metric system. They say, oh, this is an argument against all the people who say that. Let's look at the shadows. All right. Oh, what? Oh my god. You can see the reflection of the sprinkles in the reflection of the metal. That is so cool. Oh, that is so cool. Do this. Okay, now I'm seeing it. It's very subtle, but I'm starting to see it. Let's try it 0. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it looks fine. Oh, this is so cool. Turn the weight off. This is so cool. Oh, I'm making all this.
Effect, where kind of like the shadow gets like an edge to the shadow where it gets a little more saturated and pinker. And that's subsurface scattering. You don't have to tell it how to do that. It just does it. So you set the weight to 1, these to 1, and then you just set your scale to whatever it is you want. And I'm also going to do it for my sprinkles. So I'm just going to click on one of my sprinkles and yeah, right in here for the subsurface, I'll just do the same thing. Set the weight as...
Oh, hold on. I got to do it for my sprinkles as well. Hold on. All right. Does it matter which sprinkle I click on? Hold on.
Tell it how to do that. It just does it. So you set the weight to 1, these to 1, and then you just set your scale to whatever it is you want. And I'm also going to do it for my sprinkles. So I'm just going to click on one of my sprinkles.
Okay, just doesn't matter. It's just one. Yeah, sprinkles. Let's do the long. Okay. Go down to here. Subsurface. Do the same thing, right?
Sprinkles. And yeah, right in here for the subsurface, I'll just do the same thing. Set the weight as 1. These radiuses to 1, and then I'll use a really low value here. Like let's go 0.02.
Okay. So we're gonna do that. Subsurface, right? Set that to 1. Set all these to 1. And make this like 0.003. Oh, why? Oh my god. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. I'm tearing up a bit. Oh my god.
And now you can see, because these sprinkles are, yeah, it's like icing, right? It's just the exact same thing. Yeah, we want some of the light to pass through it. And we don't actually have to bother setting up that, that color ramp system for the metal, because metals, automatically, that shader, when you set it to 1, it means it's going to cancel any subsurface scattering that would have appeared there. So we don't have to bother with it. The subsurface is not going to happen on metals. But you can see it starts to feel a lot softer, a lot, I don't know, more pleasing, more delicious looking, like real food, because that's really one of the telltale signs of food is subsurface scattering. Awesome. So in the next part, we're going to start really building out the scene. What I want to do though, at the end of this video, I want to give you some homework, and that is to try to model this plate. Now we're going to do it actually in the next part, but it's simple enough, and it's actually possible to use all the tools that I've mentioned in this this series so far to model this yourself. Now the reason I'm trying to give this as homework.
Half the joy of making food in Blender is mouth watering over it. You're telling me, God, I work in a bakery where I'm like cooking donuts, and this looks fucking amazing. Like way better than anything I've made.
Is that once this tutorial finishes, that's how it's going to be. You're going to have to try to solve problems on the fly. So it definitely helps solidify learning if you can try to apply it by yourself. So have a go. It doesn't matter if you get stuck or you fail at it terribly, because you can just click the next part and see how it's done. But have a go at it now, because then you'll start to, you'll just retain the information a lot better. Anyways, go ahead, click here and see how.
Okay, how long have I been doing this for? Let's see, we've been doing this for 5 hours. Okay. Alright. Now would probably be a good time to take a break. Maybe end it here. And maybe next time when I start a stream, I will start by trying to make a plate as homework. Oh, do I really want to? I do need to solidify my learning. Otherwise I'm not going to learn anything. I'm really nervous. I want to keep going, but I also want to. Okay, let's see. Fuck. Let's make sure this is saved. So we'll see what he says at the beginning of the next one.
Done, but have a go at it now, because.
Now at Verizon, save up to $1,800 and trade in any Samsung phone for a new Galaxy S24 Plus watch and tablet, all on us.
Downy makes clothes softer, fresher, and better.
I don't care.
We breathe life into your laundry.
Do you guys know that in 2022, Blender was downloaded 17 million times?
Whoa.
Crazy number. It's not the total number of users, because some people are downloading every release in the year, and then others are using a release from years prior. But the best guess of Blender's total user size is about 10 million. 10 million Blender users. Jesus. But I now have to follow it with some rather sad news. Only about 3,600 of them are actually contributing to the Blender Development Fund. That means, and this is the scary bit, if you were to fill the Yankee Stadium with 46,000 Blender users, only about 17 of them would be contributors.
Oh, wow.
Now, not only is this not a great look for the open source world, but it means that Blender is going to be developed slower than paid software. Like I mentioned previously that the texture painting features of Blender are rather limited and old. Well, they've wanted to build proper PBR texture painting for years, but they lack the funds to hire a full-time developer. The same applies to the broken fire and fluid simulator, the video sequence editor, the list goes on. And we could have all of these improvements today if we only had the funds. So last month I was at the Blender Institute speaking to Francesco Citti, and he asked for my help to bring awareness to this. So I'm asking you right now, that's right, right now, donate. If you're enjoying this series and you like Blender, then please pause this video right now and take 2 minutes to sign up and pick a plan. Not only do you get to be one of the cool 17 people in the stadium that's donating, but you'll know that the amazing story of Blender gets to continue because of you. And if you do join the development fund because of this video, then please comment below with #joinedblender so that I can tally up how much of an impact this little PSA and the series has had as a whole. So with that out of the way, let's get on to the tutorial. So how'd you go with your homework? Did you take a stab at creating the plate?
No.
Did you do it? Or
No.
did you wait for me to show you the answer? Hope you did. If you didn't, you're only cheating yourself, as the teachers say. But no, seriously, give it a shot.
Fuck it. Let's try it. Hold on. Okay, let's save this. Close that. Let's try and make a plate on my own. See if I actually learned anything. So D. Shift D? Control D. No, Control D is duplicate. Shift D. How do I delete? I'm just making a point. I gotta be able to do this. Oh, right, the delete key. Duh. I don't know why it's D for D. Delete. Okay, so I need, okay. Shift A. Gonna be in a mesh. We're gonna need something that would be good for plate. So like cylinder. Fuck. Oh. Okay, I can do this. Oh, fuck. Okay. Okay, let's go to edit. Oh wait, I was supposed to hold on. Delete. We go back to object mode. Delete. I forgot. When I add the object, I need to be able to edit the properties here. So like, let's make this. Oh jeez, it's just a triangle. That's a square. It's a hexagon. Oh, that's cool. That's an octagon. That's I don't know what that is. Don't know what that is. Let's go with like 12. 12 is simple. It's basic. What's the radius? Oh, let's make it like nice small plates. And then depth. Shrink it down. Okay. Zoom in. Okay, we got a base for the plate. Actually, hold on. Let's go back to the previous video.
This is the part where we solidify learn.
And this is going to be my reference that I go back to. Okay. So now we need another one. So no, we can duplicate this. Go in the Z axis. Go slightly up. And then we can... no, I want to edit the properties of it. Oh, over here. No. No. Oh, Control Z. Duh. Rotation mode. Scale. Change scale. Okay. Oh, that doesn't... no. Oh, wait. What if I do that? Well, that's a bit too big. Yeah, it's too big. So we need to shrink that. Wait, hold on. What's the reference? Oh, we're going to want to make it... no, we want to make it a ring. Okay. Because it needs to be hollow in the middle, so that way this can be seen. All right. Let's hold on. We should shade smooth that. So that way it's a bit more actually round, like a circle. Oh, my hand's cramping. But yeah, it's fine. We can do this. Forgot how to... Nope. Select. No. You... Try and remember, how do I add more things? You know, it's fine. Right. Shift A. Oh, wait, maybe we can curve this. Oh, yeah, we'd add a modifier. Deform, we'll curve it. Maybe? It's not curving. Maybe I'm in object mode. Maybe go to edit mode. Well, it's I need to find a way to smooth. Maybe because I need to add more points. That's right. Vertex. Split? No. I've forgotten how to do it. How do I add vertexes? Or vertices? Form, scale, rotate, move. Measure, cube, no. No. Smooth. That's the issue right now. That's why it's not doing anything, because it's doesn't have enough. You know, let's just go back to object mode. All right. Start over. Okay, so we want a cylinder. Oh, it's back in the same way it was before. All right. But we're going to add more vertices. Go back to object mode. It's fine. I have all day to do this. Okay, I could just doing this makes it perfectly smooth. That uses up way too many vertices. So 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, that maybe. Remember, you can change the height at any time by selecting the top of your plate. Just need to decide on the vertices. Okay. I don't know what would be a good number. I guess 20. That looks pretty smooth. All right. Shade smooth. Okay. Better, but I still see those lines there. For it to curve? No. Let's see. Maybe gonna... No. I think I have to go to edit mode next. No. I genuinely cannot remember what I'm supposed to do next. Move the frisbees. Oh, that looks pretty nice. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting a lot rounder. Oh, I could do this. What the heck am I doing? Okay. Right now it's like all blocky, but if I do this, it smooths it out. So now it's more rounded. Still those corners that I can see. Alright. It's very quiet. But now there's nothing I can play though. Yeah, it's fine. Part modifiers. Particles, physics, constraints, data, material, object, world, scene, layer. Hold on, let me have this reference. Yeah, it's killing me. You're smoothing with too few verts. You're just shrinking the model at that point. Save that set for later after you model the basic shape. Okay. Let me just bring him back up. No, that's not it. Okay, I'm struggling. Wait, right there. We'll just go here. Go there. Okay, so let's see. Basic modeling. Look at it. See if I can't remember what I'm. Let's see.
Ugh, nope. Try my Old Spice. You can use it on your pits.
Now we know.
Adding torus, smooth shading, subdivision modifier, editing object, special editing, smooth shading. Save this. Okay. Subdivision modifier, smooth shading. Okay. My hands. You know what? I actually think I need to take. My hand is actually starting to hurt from doing this. I do not have the most ergonomic setup. Doesn't help. I've been doing this for. How long? I've been doing this for 5 hours. You know what? We will save. I will watch these videos over, but I won't do anything in my free time. Then when I come back with another stream to continue where I left off, I'll start by making the plate without watching him do it for me. And then once I do that as good as possible, I will move on to the next tutorial. I think it's a good stopping point. But yeah, thank you so much for your help. Thank you to anyone else who's dropped by, said hi, said help. I really appreciate it. This is really fun, really cool. I didn't think I'd ever get this far. So this means a lot to me. Thank you to everyone again. Have a good day. Thank you for giving me your time. And I will see you all later. Goodbye.